Ayan na.
The 47th session of the Senate in the second regular session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Maria Lourdes Binay will lead the chamber in prayer.
1 Corinthians 13. If I have the gift of prophecy and can fathom all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have a faith that can move mountains but do not have love, I am nothing. Love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud. It is not rude, it is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Our Father in heaven, thank you for the precious gift of love you have given us. As we gather once more here in the Senate, I pray that we continue to be united in spirit and in purpose. Help us to demonstrate your love to those who are experiencing pain, anger, and disappointment. Continue to fill us with your love, a love that is patient, kind, and humble. Help us not to envy and instead abide in love toward others. Most importantly, may your love continue to manifest in us as we all work together for the benefit of our country and our people. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, ganas ang silanganan, alam na puso, sakit yung buhay buhay. Lupang hinirang, tulad ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulubi, di ka masisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simula, sa langit mong baka, may bilagan tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang istak ng wala at mo'y tagumpay na nagtinilig, ang bituin ng araw niyang kailan pa may di magdidilig. Lupa ng araw na nawalahan, pagsinta, buhay ang langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya na pag may makapi, ang pamatay lang dahil sa'yo.
The Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senators Angara, Binay,
And
Cayetano,
Present.
De Lima, De La Rosa, Drilon,
Present.
Gatchalian, Go,
Present.
Gordon,
Present.
Veros,
Present.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Present.
Pacquiao,
Present.
Pangilinan,
Present.
Pimentel III, Ho,
Present.
Recto,
Present.
Revilla Jr.,
Present.
Tolentino,
Present. Present.
Villanueva, Villar,
Present.
Zubiri.
Present.
Senate President Soto III is present.
With 6 senators physically present and 15 senators virtually present for a total of 21, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journals of the 45th session, Tuesday, February 9, 2021, and 46th session, Wednesday, February 10, 2021, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The journals are approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Reference of business, messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 9 February 2021, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 7749, an act providing for government financial institutions unified initiatives to distressed enterprises for economic recovery guide.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
House number 8513, an act providing for a new passport law, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 8239, otherwise known as the Philippine Passport Act of 1996.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Relations.
And House number 8586, an act declaring the 24th day of January of every year a National Education Day.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education and Higher Education.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 10 February 2021, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 8551, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Trans-Pacific Broadband Group International, Inc. under Republic Act number 8657 to construct, establish, install, maintain, and operate communication systems for the reception and transmission of messages within the Philippines.
To the Committee on Public Services.
House number 8550, an act establishing a fish port and fish processing facilities in the city of Oroquieta, province of Misamis Occidental, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Public Works, and Finance.
House number 6535, an act renaming Barangay Santa Maria in the municipality of Presentacion, province of Camarines Sur as Barangay Parugkan.
To the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms.
House number 8560, an act separating the sitios of Kaingian, Butak, Koskosnong, Longboy, Bangkag, and Botige from Barangay Manatong in the municipality of Suyo, province of Ilocos Sur, and constituting it into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Butak.
To the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reform.
House number 8561, an act separating the sitios of Kimbuaya, Longboy, Bulala, Kinapian, Indadangan, Kumanibe, and Makaag from the Barangay Suyo proper in the municipality of Suyo, province of Ilocos Sur, and constituting it into a distinct and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Kinapian.
To the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms.
And House number 8555, an act granting Good News Sorsogon Foundation, Inc. a franchise to construct, install, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Bicol region.
To the Committee on Public Services.
Resolutions, PS Resolution number 647, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the release and utilization of appropriations under Republic Act number 11494, otherwise known as the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act, in order to address the critical gaps in the country's COVID-19 response measures introduced by Senator Pangilinan.
To the Committee on Finance.
PS Resolution number 648, resolution recognizing the World Radio Day on February 13 of every year and encouraging the national observance of the event through appropriate activities introduced by Senator Villar.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee report number 167, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation, on House number 6867, introduced by Representative Silveria et al., entitled An Act Reapportioning the Province of Bulacan into 6 legislative districts, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate number 1787, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 168, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation, on House number 6413, introduced by Representative Mangunda Dato et al., entitled An Act Dividing the Province of Maguindanao into 2 provinces, namely Northern Maguindanao and Southern Maguindanao, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate numbers 1274, 1714, and 1824, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 169, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation, on House number 7700, introduced by Representative Malapitan et al., entitled An Act Reapportioning the First Legislative District of the City of Caloocan into 2 legislative districts, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading Senate Bill number 1955. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
Senate Number 1955, an act providing for the national energy policy and regulatory framework for the Philippine liquefied petroleum gas industry. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa, Drilon,
Yes.
Gatchalian, Go,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos, Pacquiao,
Yes.
Pangilinan,
Yes.
Pimentel III,
Yes.
Poe,
Yes.
Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 1955 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations. It's in order for the sponsor, Senator Gatchalian. Mr. President, there is a request from our dear colleague, Senator Gordon's staff, that we take up his bill after the other bills as they're still preparing the amendments. This is the first item on our agenda for amendments. And therefore, I move, Mr. President, that we resume consideration of one measure, the last measure for sponsorship. This is Senate Bill number 1840, otherwise known as the Retail Trade Liberalization Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of Senate Bill 1840 is in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. To sponsor the measure, to co-sponsor the measures, it was already sponsored by Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, our chairperson of the Committee on Trade and Commerce. May we also recognize to co-sponsor the measure, Senator Sherwin T. Gatchalian, Mr. President.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, gentleman from Valenzuela, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as the author of Senate Bill number 921, amending the Retail Trade Liberalization Act of 2000, I'm happy to co-sponsor its substitute measure, Senate Bill number 1840, as contained in Committee Report number 115, prepared by the Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship. The substitute measure was adopted and reasonable modifications. The amendments to Republic Act number 8762 proposed in Senate Bill number 921. I commend the chairman of the committee, Senator Coco Pimentel, as well as the numerous authors and sponsors for their good work on this bill. Mr. President, it is no secret that the COVID-19 pandemic has caused an economic shock far worse than the 1997 financial crisis. Months of restrictive quarantine, though necessary to fight the COVID-19 pandemic and save lives, have heavily slowed down economic activities and led to a gradual deterioration of our economic fundamentals. While the negative 11.5% contraction of our economy during the third quarter of this year showed a slight improvement from the 16.9 dip in the second quarter, which is the worst contraction on record. The same is indicative for a slow economic recovery. Sino ba mag-aakalang darating sa buhay natin ang COVID-19? Lahat tayo ay nabulaga sa tindi ng epekto nito. Biglang huminto ang mundo natin, milyong-milyong mga kababayan natin ang biglang nawalan ng trabaho kasunod ng pagsasara ng maraming negosyo. At this rate, we cannot expect a quick rebound in GDP growth considering that unemployment is still elevated at 10% and overall business sentiments on our economy, according to the BSP's Business Expectation Survey, turned negative in the third quarter of 2020 for the first time since third quarter of 2009. In the face of these economic hardships, Mr. President, we in government must do everything within our power to lay the foundation for national economic recovery and job generation in 2021 and beyond. Decisions we take now will shape the prospects of our recovery and growth. This pandemic offers the opportunity to re-examine our approaches to investment attraction and retention with the view of increasing foreign direct investments within our economy. One attractive strategy would be to implement investor-friendly reforms that would entice greater foreign direct investments in the Philippines within key industries with untapped potential. The retail trade industry is one of the key industries that we should foster to spur the renewed investment that our country needs. Data provided by the Joint Foreign Chambers of the Philippines in their position paper in support of the measure I originally filed show that only 43 foreign retail investments were recorded between 2000 to 2019 under the regime of RA 8762, generating just around 22,000 jobs. They also highlighted that between 2012 to 2016, the Philippine share of annual average of $17 billion in ASEAN foreign retail sector was only $107 million per year. That is only 0.6%. Faced with this data, I would have to agree with the Joint Foreign Chambers that when they point out that Retail Trade Liberalization Act of 2000 has not realized its full potential to entice major foreign retailers to invest, retain, and possibly expand their businesses here and generate jobs. The retention and entry of more foreign retail investors into the sector and expansion of their businesses will generate jobs for ordinary Filipinos directly at every stage of the retailing process and indirectly in those who provide allied services to the retail sector. By welcoming foreign investments in the retail industry, the Philippines will be able to give jobs to our repatriated OFWs who can now work in the country and who will not have to endure separation from their families just to earn a living abroad. Hindi po ba mas maengganyo natin ang mga kababayan nating nangingibang bansa na pumarito at manatili na lang sa Pilipinas dahil meron na silang kasiguraduhan sa trabaho tungo sa isang magandang buhay? Hindi po ba't mas mainam na tayo na lang ang makinabang sa galing at talino ng kapwa nating mga Pinoy para palakasin pa ang ating ekonomiya kaysa iba pa ang makinabang sa kanila? Higit sa lahat, hindi po ba't mas nanaisin natin na magkakasama ang buong pamilya at hindi na kailangan lumayo pa ni tatay o ni nanay para lang maghanap buhay? Currently, the Retail Trade Liberalization Act allows 100% foreign-owned retail establishments to set up its businesses in the Philippines, provided that it complies with the minimum capitalization requirement of $2.5 million and a per-store capitalization requirement of $830,000 for foreign retailers under categories B and C, and $250,000 for those falling under category D. It likewise requires certain qualifications before foreigners can engage in retail trade in the Philippines. These requirements are barriers to entry that contributed to the country's competitiveness lagging behind in terms of providing a friendly regulatory regime to foreign investors. With Senate Bill number 921, the $2.5 million minimum capitalization required for foreign retailers has been reduced to $300,000 or more or less 15 million pesos. It likewise reduced the per store capitalization requirement to $150,000 without regard to any category. It also removed the pre-qualification requirements of the Department of Trade and Industry for ease of doing business. These proposed reforms aim to lower down the cost of doing business and create a more favorable investment climate in the country. Aside from retaining a minimum and per-store capitalization requirements, the proposed amendments to the Retail Trade Liberalization Act include, among others, a reciprocity requirement before the foreign retailer can invest in our country, as well as capital retention requirement to ensure that the invested capital will be maintained inside the country. Based on the foregoing, Mr. President, it is clear that RA 8762 needs to be revamped in order to unlock the full potential of foreign retail trade investment as a major driver of swift economic recovery and expanded employment opportunities for retail sector workers. I am optimistic that this measure, if passed into law, would greatly benefit Filipino consumers and job seekers as we navigate the uncharted waters of the new normal. As such, Mr. President, I join Senator Pimentel and the other authors and sponsors in soliciting the support of this chamber for the passage of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study the measure further, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of 1840 suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1832 under Committee Report number 111. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of 1832 is in order.
This, Mr. President, is the modernizing of the Bureau of Fire Protection. May we recognize our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and to interpolate our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Franklin M. Drilon, Mr. President.
All right. Senator Ronald De La Rosa is recognized to sponsor and to interpolate the Minority Leader, Senator Frank Drilon.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, and will the gentleman continue to yield the floor to a few clarificatory questions?
Yes, Mr. President. But before I yield, Mr. President, I just would like to spread into the records some corrections of on the data, on the figures that we presented the last time, Mr. President. This pertains to, if the good Minority Leader would allow me, I just would like to correct some data, Mr. President. This pertains to the interest earned by the Bureau of Fire, which we, as discussed the last time, Mr. President, was recorded at only 660,000 pesos for 3 years. The amount was the capital was around 3 billion, Mr. President, and it was established before last time that the interest rate was only around 0.02%. We would just like to correct the records, Mr. President, that actually the 660,602 pesos that interest accrued to the account of the Bureau of Fire is only covering January 2019 to December 2020. But per our records, Mr. President, from July 2017 to December 2018, the Bureau of Fire already received an amount of 3,215,641 pesos as interest accrued to their account and was properly remitted to the Bureau of Treasury, President. The basis of this, Mr. President, is the Article 11 of the Memorandum of Agreement between the BFP and the PITC, which says that interest earned is based on the prevailing interest rate on interest-bearing checking accounts with the authorized government depository bank at the time of the transfer, Mr. President. And this is around 0.01%, Mr. President, not 0.02 as discussed the last time around. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that clarification. We can go back to that later on. In the meantime, I have this representation. So I ask a few questions on the topic of the bill. Just to recall, Mr. President, this is the second phase of the modernization program. Is that a correct statement, sir? In other words, there is presently a modernization program starting in 2011. Just for the record, sir, can we clarify that?
Yes,
Was there a modernization program? It was for a 10-year period.
yes, Mr. President.
And starting when, sir?
2011, Mr. President.
2011. And can I have, for the record, can we have the amount which was allocated in the budget for this from 2011 to whatever is available in so far as the BFP modernization program is concerned? How much was budgeted?
The amount budgeted, Mr. President, the amount requested was around 60 billion pesos, Mr. President, from 2011 to 2017, but the released fund was only 13 billion, Mr. President, which accounts for 20% of the fund requested, Mr. President.
All right. So from 2011 to 2000, is it 2019, sir? 2011 to 2019.
17.
60. Sorry.
2019.
2000.
2017, Mr. President.
27.
2011 to 2017.
2011 to 2017, 60 billion was the funding requirement, but only 13.1 billion was allotted. Is that correct, sir?
Correct, Mr. President.
Yes. Now, out of this 13.1 billion, how much was disbursed by the Bureau of Fire Protection?
For a while, Mr. President.
Yes, just to clarify, if I got the figures correctly, 13.1 billion was allotted in the budget. My question is, how much of the 13.1 billion was utilized?
$11.27 billion, Mr. President.
What, sir, can I have it again?
$11.27 billion, Mr. President. 11.27 billion.
I'm sorry, sir. Can I have that? I'm sorry. Can I just clarify again? 13.1 billion was budgeted and allotted for a modernization program, which needed 60 billion pesos, but only 13.1 billion was in the budget. And out of the 13.1 billion, may we know how much was disbursed? We're asking this question, Mr. President, because the modernization, it is but proper that we look at the capacity of the Bureau of Fire Protection to disburse of this budget. In other words, the spending capacity of the Bureau of Fire Protection is a legitimate issue since they're asking for a renewal of the modernization program. So again, how much of the 13.1 billion was utilized, obligated, and disbursed?
It's 11.27 billion, Mr. President, was utilized out of the 13 billion. Because based on the BFP's utilization report, BFP failed to utilize an accumulated amount of 1.91 billion during the course of that modernization program from calendar year 2011 to 2017. Amount was reverted to the Bureau of Treasury, Mr. President. So 11.27 plus 1.91 billion is around 13 billion plus, Mr. President.
Sir, kulang na nga ang allocation. Mahina pa gumastos ang ating Bureau of Fire Protection. Tapos, uulitin po natin itong modernization program. Ay di ganun din ang utilization nito. Hindi po ba? Shouldn't we improve the spending capacity of the Bureau of Fire Protection? Because the way it looks now, they do not they do not deserve an additional budget because for the simple reason that they cannot spend it. And they, out of the 13.1 billion allocated to them, they returned 1.91 billion out of 13 billion. Ay hindi po ba, hindi naman maganda yung binibigyan mo ng budget, nireleasean sila ng pera, hindi naman nila ginagastos, kaya they have to return 1.91 billion.
Yes, Mr. President, as admitted during the last session, Mr. President, we admit that may problema tayo doon before 2017, up to 2017, Mr. President. But from 2018, 2019, 2020, malaki na pong very vast improvement na po, Mr. President, as far as the utilization rate of the BAP President. Dahil itong 2020, 97.98% na po yung kanilang BUR, yung budget utilization rate. Then 2019, 85% po, Mr. President. So, gumanda na po, Mr. President. Ito lang 2017 talaga dahil na-commit nila yung pera doon sa PITC dahil yun nga, for fear of, for lack of material time, doon na nila kinumit yung pera sa PITC at ito'y matagal na gasta ng PITC. But I would like to give you an update, Mr. President, very good development dahil yung pinag-usapan natin the last time around na yung 60% totaling to more than 2 billion, Mr. President, na nakapark sa PITC as reported as of January 2017. Meron na pong development, Mr. President, dahil as of February 1 of this year, ito po ay fully awarded na, Mr. President. Awarded na ito, Mr. President. So, expect natin na ma-deliver na itong mga aerial ladder at saka mga fire trucks, Mr. President. Finally, itong February 1 lang na award, Mr. President.
Mr. President, to be candid with the good gentleman, that raises a lot of doubt because as of December 11, 2020, all of these items were just on a pre-bid conference. Suddenly, 2 billion was fully awarded. We will get into that later, but just as a preliminary matter, I raise questions of integrity in the process when in just 1 month, two-thirds of the amounts that were previously delivered to PITC was suddenly disbursed. But that's a completely different matter. We will take that up later on. Now, of the 11.2 billion that you mentioned, sir, that was utilized, does that include the 3.1 billion that was in the PITC as of December 11, 2020 letter of Director Jose Imbang?
Yes, Mr. President. Kasama na po doon yung 3 billion. Kasama na sa 11.27.
So, out of the 11.2 billion that was allegedly
Saan na yung table na yun?
spent, 3.1 billion of that was actually with the PITC that was unspent and undisbursed as of December 31, 2020. Is that correct, sir?
Correct, Mr. President. But as I've said earlier, as of February 1, it was already awarded. February
Yes,
1
as
of
I
this year.
could reiterate, Mr. Sponsor, with all due respect, that the speed by which 2 billion was immediately disbursed when it was still on a pre-bid conference is something that raises questions in my mind, and we intend to look at this when we during the committee hearing on the PITC. But just to go back, it is not actually 11.2 billion that was unutilized. It was not actually 11.2 billion that was utilized, but only 8.1 billion because 3.1 billion was still in the PITC and as of December 20 was not utilized. Is that correct, sir?
Correct, Mr. President.
Just that strengthens our argument that indeed the capacity of the Bureau of Fire Protection to disburse funds is highly questionable. Now, just to get into some detail, if I recall correctly, during the last time that this bill was on the floor, the good gentleman admitted that all the 100 gallons fire trucks, which was passed on for bidding to the PITC, amounting to 1,881,473,992 pesos, witnessed a failed bidding. Is that correct? Is my recollection correct?
Yes, Mr. President. Failed bidding po yun. But again, report coming from PITC that as of 01 February, hindi na po failed bidding. Awarded na po ito, Mr. President.
Okay. When did we last debate this matter on the floor? I think that was about last week or Monday
Yes,
last
Mr.
week.
President. Last
Now,
week,
at that time, Monday last week was February 8th. The gentleman spread into the record that there was a failed bidding on 1.881 billion worth of fire trucks. Suddenly, 1 week after, there was already an award.
Mr. President, at that time, we were not updated by PITC. So, ang update na natanggap natin is failed bidding pa rin, Mr. President, at that time. But the latest update that we received is February 1, awarded na daw, Mr. President. So, yan po, kulang lang po sa update. At ngayon po, updated na po tayo, Mr. President.
Right. The update doesn't mean that it's the truth, Mr. President. I am not saying that it is the good sponsor, but I hope that his resource persons is giving him the right figures, because we can always look at this, Mr. President. But
Has
let us,
with the permission of the two gentlemen, Senator Lacson is
Yes,
recognized.
with the permission of the distinguished minority leader and the sponsor of the measure. I came from the executive branch, having been Chief PNP in 1999, and I suppose the sponsor has also experience in the procurement of equipment, just like the BFP. Now, is there anything unusual that between pre-bid conference and the actual disbursement or award, it took 3 months, 2 or 3 months? I don't think there's anything unusual in, is that very fast?
Not so
Not
fast,
really,
Mr.
no?
President. Not so
Yeah.
fast because
Because-
of February 1.
Yeah, if as of December 2020, there was already pre-bid conference and it was awarded, as you said, last February 1, as long as there was proper planning, and anyway, the funds were available under the, I suppose, the 2020 GAA.
Yes, Mr. President.
So there could have been proper planning and the speed, quote unquote, by which the procurement was accomplished. I don't think that's too hasty, to say the least, Mr. President. That's all I want to interject with, Mr. President. Thank you.
yes,
sir.
well, Mr. President, thank you very much. We give due respect to the opinion of the gentleman from Cavite. The only thing here is that this amount of 1.8 billion, 1.881 billion was transferred to the BITC way back in 2017. And we are already 2021. So that's almost 4 years from the time the funds were transferred to them. And when we started bringing this out publicly, suddenly they became efficient and made an award after a failed bidding in a matter of 2 weeks' time. Certainly, this raises eyebrows, but as I said, this is not the fault of the Bureau of Fire Protection. I'm not saying that they're the ones that is at fault here, but I cast doubt on the integrity of the process adopted by PITC, not the Bureau of Fire Protection. Mr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Just to clarify.
My morale is somehow boosted by your remark, Mr. President.
Yes. You know, I am. Well, let's be fair to our colleagues in government, but let us spin the responsibility where that responsibility would really be located. Now, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 more items that were listed here as scheduled for pre-bid conference as of December 20, 2020, December 11, 2020, or about 2 months ago, which are quite substantial. May we know what is the status of these acquisitions of, say, hazard materials truck, communication equipment, ICT machinery and equipment, ICT communication network and equipment, computer software for ICT, design and build of fire stations in Navotas, design and build fire stations in Pagadian. They were all on pre-bid conference status. What is now the status of this, if we may ask, Mr. President? And, well, again, to clarify, only if the resource person knows, because all of these items that are enumerated are with PITC.
Yes, Mr. President. Here is the update on the items that you have just enumerated a while ago, Mr. President. for the procurement of hazmat truck worth 74 million. There was a failure of bidding because of the bidder was ineligible. For the procurement of communication equipment worth 122 million, there is now an ongoing post-qualification evaluation, Mr. President. For the procurement of ICT machinery and equipment, again, failure of bidding, no bids received. Failure of bidding, Mr. President, for Lot 1, ICT devices and equipment. But for Lot 2, conference room, war room, there is now an ongoing post-qualification evaluation. For number 4 item, procurement of ICT communication network and equipment, ongoing post-qualification evaluation, Mr. President. Number 5, procurement of computer software for ICT, again, ongoing post-qualification evaluation, Mr. President. Number 6, construction of fire station, design and build for Nabutas Fire Station and for Pagadian City Fire Station, ongoing post-qualification evaluation, Mr. President. So that's the present status of these items, Mr. President.
So, assuming and accepting on its face the representation made by PITC that it is indeed that is indeed the status of these funds, how much how much would be pending with PITC as of today, out of this bunch of equipments that is supposed to be purchased? How much is pending awards? In other words, there are failed biddings. Out of the total 3.1 billion, magkano pa ang naiiwan sa PITC na pera ng Bureau of Fire Protection para po sa mga equipment at mga fire stations na dapat nila bilhin?
There's a total of 321,766,360 pesos, Mr. President. At ito po ay kasalukuyang nininegotiate ng BEP with the PITC na ibalik na sa Bureau of Treasury. Dahil nga napansin natin na matagal ito nakastambay doon. So a total of 321 million ang kinakausap na ng BEP yung PITC na ibalik na, Mr. President. Ito yung unspent. Hindi project under procurement pa siya pero wala pa rin nangyayari hanggang ngayon. Ibabalik po ito, Mr. President.
Okay,
321 million.
Yes. At the very admittedly 321 million of Bureau of Fire Protection allocation and releases are still in the hands of PITC. And we take note of the statement that there is a negotiation ongoing. I would urge the Bureau of Fire Protection to bring to the attention of PITC that under Republic Act 11520, which extended the validity of the 2020 budget to the end of this year, it specifically provides balances of fund transfers between agencies, instrumentalities, and government-owned and controlled corporations, which, while obligated, remain unused, unutilized, unexpended, and disbursed as of December 31, 2021, shall revert to the unappropriated surplus of the general fund. And therefore, by this provision of law, the Bureau of Fire Protection should already demand from the PITC for the return of 331 million, because there is no more sense in negotiating. This is mandated by law, and I put on record our warning to the Bureau of Fire Protection that they should exert every effort to recover these funds. Otherwise, there can be liabilities under the anti-graft law.
Yes, Mr. President. They will no longer negotiate. They will demand for it, Mr. President,
That's
from
correct. They
PITC.
should. Okay, now. I noticed in this report that 596,787,801 pesos was issued notice of award for fire stations in Region 2, 3, 4A, 4B, Region 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, and Caraga. Is this, would the gentleman confirm this? That of the veracity of this statement?
Yes, Mr. President, I confirm that 596 million was awarded to those regions you have enumerated, Mr. President.
When you say issued notice of award, is the notice of award issued to the contractor?
Yes, Mr. President, it's already awarded to the contractor.
May we know when, Mr. President?
It was issued on 15 January 2021, Mr. President. Just last month, Mr. President.
Last month, when we started making noise about these park funds, they suddenly became efficient. Mr. President, as I'm not one of the regions mentioned here is Region 6. As of today, let me make of record that the Bureau of Fire Protection has not advised the city government of Iloilo that the award, that the contractor has been notified of the award. And this is important to the city government because they are trying to restore old buildings, and the fire trucks belonging to the BFP are parked in areas which obstruct the restoration of cultural sites. So can we have a commitment on the record of the good gentleman that this will be done as soon as possible?
Mr. President, according to the Director of the Bureau of Fire, yung nakalagay daw dito na 596 million na may kasama na Region 6 na awarded na, Mr. President, hindi po daw kasama doon yung Iloilo Fire Station, Mr. President. Kasi ang kukunan ng pundo ng Iloilo Fire Station will be coming from the fire code fees that they will be collected this year, Mr. President. So 2021 itong 2021 po, Mr. President, ay kasama na doon na program nila yung Iloilo Fire Station. And you have the commitment of the Director of the Bureau of Fire Protection, Mr. President. Unahin daw talaga nila yan, Mr. President.
Because, not because I am taking the floor at the spirit of interpretation, but because it has been delayed for years, and the restoration of a cultural site and an area is being hampered by the fire trucks parking in the sidewalk and in the middle of the street, Mr. Sponsor. So I do hope that we can see some light on this. May we know if the good head of the Bureau of Fire Protection can make a firm commitment as to the date. I'm sorry I'm getting parochial, but this is a source of frustration for the people of Iloilo.
You got his firm commitment, Mr. President, dahil nga hindi lang dahil ikaw ang nag-interpellate dito ngayon sa bill nito, Mr. President, but nakikita talaga nila yung rationale behind bakit kailangan talagang magawa ng bagong fire station sa Iloilo dahil nasa sakripisyo po yung yung napaka-importanting historical landmark ng Iloilo City kung saan nandoon yung ginagamit nilang fire station. So nakita po nila, Mr. President, na kailangan na talaga at nakakahiya na mababastardize yung historical historical landmark ng Iloilo. So i-prioritize talaga lang, Mr. President, yung pondo na ito kukunin nila galing doon sa collected fire fees nila, Mr. President, yung 80% na share nila.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. Now, is it correct that out of the fire stations being constructed, 11 out of the 44 ongoing construction were already abandoned by the contractors?
Mr. President, yes, that's correct. As far as 2017 records is concerned, Mr. President, yung record coming from COA. But right now, we are happy to report na yung 11 fire stations reportedly abandoned by the contractors, Mr. President, ay meron na pong magandang development. Out of the 11, 7 na po ang nakumpleto. Kung nakita mo yung mga pictures sa report ng COA na hindi pa tapos, ngayon po tapos na po. 7 out of the 11 and one project, yung kanyang contractor was blacklisted and 3 are terminated, Mr. President. So yan po yung total. 7 completed, 1 blacklisted, and 3 terminated, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, and we do hope that the present leadership can remedy that those and complete the construction of those fire stations, because again, pinag-uusapan natin dito, magtatayo ng fire station, mga fire station ina-abandon ng construction, is being abandoned by the contractor. Anyway, Mr. President, how much is the projected budget for the modernization program that is contained in this bill?
$27 billion, Mr. President.
27 billion. This is for a 10-year period?
For a three-year period, Mr. President. 3.
Oh, 3 years period. Okay. Okay. Now,
27 billion.
that's roughly 9 billion per year.
Yes, Mr. President.
And out of the 9 billion, how much would be funded out of the fire and
Fire code revenue, Mr. President.
fire code revenue?
Out of the projected 9 billion budget, Mr. President, the projected...
9 billion per year.
No, Mr. President. Out of the 9 billion yearly requirement
Yes.
for this modernization program,
Yes.
around 3.5 billion will be covered by the fire code collection fees, Mr. President. Dahil the projected fire code collection is around 3.5 billion every year. based on the latest collection that we have.
Okay, how much was it, just for the record, how much was the fire code collection in 2020?
3.07, Mr. President, 3.07 billion based on 2020 collection.
3.07.
Yes, Mr. President.
And the Bureau expects to increase this production by 500 million.
Yes, Mr. President, that's the projection of the Bureau.
Is that realistic?
Well,
That's about 3 billion or 500 million out of 3 billion is how much?
Mr. President, according to the director of BFP, since they were able to collect 3 billion for 2020 despite the COVID pandemic, so kung magkakaroon na tayo ng vaccine, most likely the economy will become lively again. So yan po ang projection nila, Mr. President.
So 5.5 billion, it will be sourced from the general fund. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
How much is the allocation? Sorry, from the yes. How much? Firstly, is there a provision for use of income from the fire code collection to be utilized by the BFP? Yung tinatawag nating use of income provision sa General Appropriations Act?
Yes, Mr. President, it is embodied in the special provision of the GAA that the 80% share of the BEP in the fire code collection will be used for the modernization of the BEP, Mr. President.
Okay, yes, thank you. And the expectation is that roughly 5.5 billion will be funded from the General Appropriations Act. Is that correct,
Around
sir?
that figure, Mr. President.
Yes, rounded. And how much is the appropriation this year?
For this year, the appropriation is 25,538,267,000, Mr. President, for 2021.
And how much of that is for capital outlay?
Yung capital outlay dito. Total of 3,635,402,000 is for capital outlay, Mr. President.
2
Out of the
billion.
25.
Yes.
25 billion.
Yes. And this is in addition to the fire code collection for 2021.
Yes, Mr. President. Makakasama na po ito for next year.
Yeah. So I assume the examination of how reasonable this amount is will depend upon the Department of Budget and Management and the debates that we will have when the budget for 2021 will be presented before the Senate. Is that a correct assumption, sir?
Correct, Mr. President.
No. So just to clarify, there is nothing in this bill which would already appropriate roughly 5.5 billion for the modernization program, but that would be debated upon when the 2022 budget would come before the Senate. Is that correct, sir?
Correct, Mr. President.
Okay, how much would the modernization program entail in terms of additional uniformed and non-uniformed personnel? Would there be additional personnel?
Yes, Mr. President. For the personnel complement, we need 20,704 new personnel, Mr. President. And the budget is around 9,292,203,000 pesos, Mr. President.
That's on PS or personal services, sir?
Yes, sir.
25,000, again, 25,000 new personnel requiring a budget of 9 billion per annum. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Mr. President.
25,000.
No,
That's-
Mr. President. 20,704. The needed
20.
personnel complement.
Additional manpower complement. The present manpower complement is how many?
The present is 30,290, Mr. President. The present,
30,000.
the actual strength of Bureau of Fire Protection.
Is 30,000?
30,290 personnel.
And additional 20,704 would be needed, or 60% increase. 66% roughly. 66% increase.
Yes, Mr. President.
In our language on the street, Mr. President, would the good sponsor agree na ito po'y suntok sa buwan?
Kung abot yung buwan, President, ng suntok natin, malaglag yung buwan, Mr. President. So, modesty aside, Mr. President, the basis for this is the ideal police firefighter to population ratio, which is 1:2,000, Mr. President. Kaya nasabi natin na meron tayong shortage na 26,029 personnel. Yan yung pong kulang natin, shortage natin, Mr. President. But ang nire-request natin ngayon is only 20,000 lang muna, 20,704. Para
Yes.
makumpleto yung ating requirement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would to your knowledge, Mr. President, would the personnel of the Bureau of Fire Protection be among those whose pension is funded under the General Appropriations Act, or are they members of the GSIS?
Under the GAA, Mr. President.
Under the GAA.
Yes, Mr. President.
How much would the appropriation be for purposes of the payment of pension benefits in 2021, for example?
For 2020, Mr. President, the number of pensioner from the BAP is 8,960. And the amount of pension that they are receiving is 3,702,732,000 pesos, Mr. President. 3.7 billion po ang 3.7 billion
3.7 billion.
amount.
And-
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah. And this will correspondingly increase if we are going to hire an additional 20,000 workforce.
Yes, Mr. President, but it will take around 30 years pa bago tayo magka-problema dito dahil 30 years pa naman mag-retire ito, yung mga bagong recruit natin. So
Ay, hindi.
magdagdag tayo ng 20,000, Mr. President, saka na natin problemahin after 30 years yung pensyon nila.
Ay yung kasalukuyan po na nandyan na, magkano ang pension na binabayad natin sa General Appropriations Act?
3.7 billion, Mr. President, as of
0.7
2020.
Okay. So, now, talking about all of these budgets, the gentleman is aware of the mandamus ruling of the Supreme Court, which affects the fiscal space of the national government insofar as various services are concerned. Is the gentleman aware of the so-called mandamus ruling in the Supreme Court, which included customs duties and tariffs collected, which as part of the computation of national taxes?
Yes, Mr. President. Actually,
Now,
lahat ng LGU ay mag-i-increase by 27.61% sa kanilang present na tinatanggap ngayon na share from the national taxes, Mr. President.
yes,
As a result of the
27%.
mandanas.
Is it okay? Good, we have that information on the record. This 27% would roughly be 388 billion in additional ERA. Is that correct? In other words, my computation, Mr. President, indicates that in the present General Appropriations Act, 695 billion is the internal revenue allotment of the LGUs. With the mandamus ruling, which will be effective next year, it will go up to 1,083 billion pesos in round figures, which means an increase of roughly 388 billion over the present levels.
Correct, Mr. President.
Now, Mr. President, under the local government codes, one of the services that is supposed to be devolved are the fire services. In fact, it is very specific under the expenditure assignment based on the local government code of 1991. Fire services are supposed to be devolved. May I know the position of the gentleman sponsor on the matter of the devolution of the fire services, given the financial burden that the ERA ruling would put on the national government coffers, and the fact that next year we do not expect to have a good collection as our economy has contracted by 9.5%. For the record, how does the good sponsor view this matter of devolution?
We have tons of reasons listed here, Mr. President. If you allow me to enumerate, marami po itong rason bakit ayaw ng Bureau of Fire na ma-devolve to the local government units, Mr. President.
Mr. President, to save the time, that is no longer subject to debate because that is provided under the local government code. So whether or not they have 1 or 1,000 reasons, it is not for us now to judge whether those reasons are valid because that policy was decided way back in 1991 under the aegis and leadership of former Senate President Aquilino Pimentel Jr., the father of our colleague, Coco Pimentel. Then, at that time, 30 years ago, there was already a policy decision that fire services should be devolved. And therefore, the issue is no longer subject to debate at this point, unless we again revise the local government code.
Thank you for that information, Mr. President. But we have some doubts here as to if really it is included in the devolution under the local government code. Sorry to say that. Alam ko mas alam mo yan, batas na yan. Pero as far as we're concerned, under the local government code, meron tayong may enumerate dito na mga government agencies na madidevolve, but hindi namin nakita yung fire services, Mr. President.
May I point, and subject to verification, can the good sponsor look at Section 17 of the local government code, which provides for the devolution of fire services and the facilities under Section 17E, mandating the devolution of this function within 6 months from the effectivity of the law in 1992. So, I know for a fact, Mr. President, that among the items being seriously considered by the Department of Budget in order to respond to this tightening fiscal space in the national coffers because of the Mandanas ruling, among the options being discussed is the devolution of agencies which are services which are supposed to be devolved under the local government code way back in 1992, which has not been implemented. And again, this is a policy set under the local government code, and I don't think that the DBM would be open to a debate on this because it's not only the Bureau of Fire Protection, but a huge number of other other agencies are supposed to be devolved and has not been devolved, and the national budget will have to respond to an additional 338 billion pesos in ERA alone. So isn't this something that should go into our policy decision on the modernization because of the lack of funding? Otherwise put, should we not pass on to the local government units as part of the devolution, the modernization of the Bureau of Fire Protection?
Well, Mr. President, if I may, if you will allow me to read the as a response, no, as a response to the Mandanas ruling, in order to caution the impact of the Mandanas ruling to the coffers of the national government, the DBM has crafted a memorandum to caution the impact. If you allow me to read, Mr. President,
Please,
sabi nito, according to the National Budget Memorandum number 138, dated January 6, 2021, some of the functions of the executive branch that will be fully devolved to local governments include agriculture, local infrastructure services such as school buildings and other facilities, environmental services such as forestry, pollution control, and the implementation of small-scale mining laws, modernization of tax collection services, health services like hospitals, intermunicipal telecommunication services, buildings, parks, sports facilities and jails, roads, bridges, and drainage systems, and industry research and tourism development. Other projects that could be transferred to the LGUs are low-cost housing projects, irrigation systems, social protection programs, and other livelihood programs. There was no mention about the fire services to be devolved per this national budget memorandum from the DBM, Mr. President. And if I go back to the local government code, section 17, sinabi lang dito, Mr. President, na sites for police and fire stations and substations and municipal jails. Ito lang ang sinabi sa section 7, Mr. President, na ipoprovide ng local government units yung site for the fire station.
Okay. Anyway, Mr. President, these are matters of policies which will have to be addressed by the executive branch at the appropriate time when these funds would have to be appropriated. Mr. President, let me go through the enumeration of the powers under Section 3 of the proposed measure. Mr. President, how are these different from the powers under the existing laws?
Yung bill mismo. Yung bill mismo. For a while, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension, sir, Mr. President.
I'm ready. I'm
Yes.
ready. Okay. 1 minute
Session-
suspension, Mr. President.
You ready to answer? Session suspended.
Mr. President, under Section 3 of the proposed bill, the powers and functions of the BFP, pagkakaiba po nito ay expanded na po yung powers ng BFP, Mr. President, from the traditional role or traditional function, traditional power of fire suppression. In-expand po natin, Mr. President, responsible for the prevention and suppression of all destructive fires on buildings, houses, and other structures, including, ito yung bago, Mr. President, sa bill natin, including those found in economic zones, agro-industrial economic zones, freeports, and special economic zones, IT parks, centers, tourism, economic zone, and other similar entities. For Section 3B, ito yung kasama na sa expanded powers, respond to disasters, whether man-made or natural, and respond to other emergencies including rescue, emergency, medical, hazardous materials or hazmat, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive, CBRNE, materials, and other emergencies. Section 3, G, establish and maintain regional fire laboratory and research and testing facilities with complete equipment for this purpose. Section 3I, conduct monthly fire prevention campaigns and information drive in partnership with the local government units and the Department of Interior and Local Government. Section 3J, enter into a contract or transaction for the acquisition, ownership, possession, use, administration, lease, disposition, or acceptance of real or personal property in its name. Yan po ang difference, Mr. President, from the traditional role to an expanded role, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Isn't it a fact, Mr. President, that the various laws which govern the economic zones would have specific provisions on firefighting equipments and forces? For example,
Yes, Mr. President.
For example, Republic Act 7916 or the Special Economic Zone Act of 1995 specifically provides that under Section 9, PESA may provide and establish the ecozone's internal security and firefighting forces. Republic Act 7277 or the Basis Conversion and Development Act of 1992 specifically provides under Section 11 that the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority shall provide and establish its own internal security and firefighting forces. The Cagayan Export Economic Zone Authority and the Republic Act 7922 is authorized to establish the firefighting capability for the Cagayan Economic Zone Authority. The same with the Freeport area of Bataan. They are authorized to have their own firefighting capacity. And also the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone, they're authorized to establish their own firefighting capability. Is the good gentleman telling the chamber that now all of this will be amended by this proposed measure so that the Bureau of Fire Protection will now have jurisdiction over all of these firefighting system in the different zones?
Mr. President, it says here that only maintain firefighting capability. So, pwede sila magko-coexist, Mr. President. But when it comes to investigation, dapat Bureau of Fire ang may hawak as far as arson investigation is concerned and inspection, Mr. President. Because I would like to cite an example, Mr. President, yung nangyari doon sa Resorts World Hotel, Mr. President, wherein maraming namatay doon sa sunog. Alam nyo, lumabas doon sa hearing natin na kung sana, kung ang nag-conduct ng inspection doon sa building na yon for the fire safety inspection, Mr. President, was the Bureau of Fire, dapat alam nila yung floor plan ng Resorts World at alam nila kung saan hanapin pwede nagtago yung mga namatay, Mr. President. But since hindi po sila ang nag-conduct ng fire safety inspection, pero sila pa rin ang nag-responde for fire suppression dahil wala mang nakastambay na sabi sa batas ng eco-zone na kailangan mag-maintain sila ng firefighting capability, but in the case of Resorts World na under sila sa eco-zone, wala namang nag-responde na sarili nilang firefighting capability kundi ang Bureau of Fire pa rin. So, mahirap po yung ikaw ang mag-responde na hindi ikaw ang nag-conduct ng fire safety inspection. Kung hindi, ang tsansa dyan, hindi ka maging successful sa pag-rescue ng mga fire victim sa loob ng building at ikaw pa mismo mapapahamak dahil hindi mo alam ang layout ng building, Mr. President. So dapat yan po ang ginawang rason natin bakit isinama na natin dito sa expanded powers ng Bureau of Fire itong mga eco zones and other similar entities, Mr. President, because of that Resorts World incident, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the impression that I have from the response of the good sponsor is that these are matters of implementation. In other words, in the case of the Resorts World, I think it is PESA granted that economic zone. Therefore, PESA should be held responsible, and it's a question of enforcement of the law rather than changing the policy. Would the good sponsor comment on that?
Well, I agree. I agree on that, Mr. President. But since itong function na ito ay very crucial, Mr. President, dahil ito ay life-saving and protection of lives, Mr. President, minarapat lang ng Bureau of Fire na talagang mapunta sa kanila itong power nito, Mr. President, dahil pag may namatay, hindi man sinisisi ang eco-zone authorities, kundi ang Bureau of Fire dahil hindi na-rescue yung mga namatay doon sa loob ng hotel. So, yun lang, minarapat lang nila na mapunta sa kanila itong powers na ito, Mr. President.
Okay, all right. As a technical legal proposition, this is an amendment to the general law, the local government code. Is that correct, sir?
General amendment. No, sir.
But okay, isn't the Bureau of Fire Protection part of the local government code?
It's under the DILG law, Mr. President, RA 6975.
Under the DILG law, let's go. I will concede that for the moment. But this is a general law.
Special law. 6975. Yes, Mr. President, under a general law.
Now, cardinal rule, you cannot amend a specific law by amending the general law, by including in general law a provision which will amend the specific law. In other words, Mr. President, as a matter of law, provisions of the Special Economic Zone Act specific to firefighting cannot be amended by a general amendment under the GILG enabling statute, and that argument is applicable to every charter of these economic zones. I would strongly suggest to the good gentleman, I can understand that he is not a lawyer, but he should ask his resource persons to review this particular provision, because this in effect as an amendment, a general law amending a special law, which is not allowed under our system. But it is clear that this is an amendment to a general law as to the specific law as admitted by the good sponsor, and therefore we would suggest most respectfully that this issue be resolved. And we are raising this not because of the technical legal requirement, but because of a policy issue, which I will now touch upon. The bill also requires the issuance of a fire safety evaluation clearance before a building permit is issued. Is that correct?
Siya again, Mr. President? Because, sorry, Mr. President, I was
Yes, sir.
I was
Yes. Sandali na lang, sir. Just a-
I'm okay, sir. I'm okay, sir. Ang akin lang, sir, is I just would like to share with you. We are not amending the special law with the general law. Ang purpose mo natin dito sa bill na ito, Mr. President, is to harmonize the powers and functions of the BEP and the eco-zones. Because there is already an existing MUA with eco-zone na meron silang concurrent jurisdiction. Yung per MUA, as far as MUA is concerned, may concurrent jurisdiction sila, Mr. President, ang BEP at saka yung eco-zone authorities. But gusto lang talaga natin na klaruhin ito sa batas na through legislation.
That's correct, sir. Precisely the MOA is a recognition of the primacy and authority of the eco zones in providing for firefighting forces. That is part of their mandate under the law, and they can certainly enter into MOA with the Bureau of Fire Protection. But that indicates really that this is their function, and there is nothing in the law which would prohibit them from engaging the Bureau of Fire Protection in the manner that they are doing. But for us to amend these specific laws with a general amendment under the general law under the DILG charter is contrary to accepted legal standards. But let me highlight why I am pointing out that it is not only because of the legal issues involved, but because of the additional documents and additional clearances that would be required now of our of the investors in the processing zones, in the economic zones, because of the requirement of a fire safety evaluation clearance. Would this fire safety evaluation clearance be required of these firms in the processing zones and in the eco zones?
Yes, Mr. President.
That is precisely the policy objection here, because our investment climate is already being criticized for the red tape that would be required. And in fact, Senator Mig Zubiri has been always emphatic in his complaint that we are requiring so many permits that could easily be handled, that could be easily dispensed with. And that is why it is my proposition, and I'm submitting this to the good sponsor, to take a second look at this, because this will add to the bureaucratic requirements, which again would not sit well with our image as an investment destination. All I'm asking is for the sponsor to take a second good look at this.
Noted, Mr. President. Noted po.
Section, can I have 1 minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, Section 3G of the bill would establish and maintain regional fire laboratory and research and testing facilities with complete equipment for this purpose. How much will this cost, Mr. President? Is there any round figure is there any approximate figure that we can consider?
Right now, Mr. President, we don't have a figure, Mr. President.
But
Dahil,
why do we need a regional office?
we need 144,850,000 pesos, Mr. President, for the regional regional fire laboratory. 144,850,000 pesos.
Is this per regional regional office?
No, Mr. President. Only one for national headquarters here in Metro Manila, and two for Visayas and Mindanao. So, isa sa Visayas, isa sa Mindanao, Mr. President.
Well, okay, thank you for the clarification. I got misled because the phrase used is regional fire laboratory. So we're just talking here about, again, about 3 laboratories?
Yes, Mr. President. Yes, one for Metro Manila and Luzon, one for Visayas, and one for Mindanao. Only 3 Mindanao region, Visayas region, and Luzon region, Mr. President.
All right. Finally, on section 3H, and this is on the conduct of training of its personnel and officers, including fire volunteers, fire safety practitioners, etc., pertaining to fire prevention and suppression, investigation, etc. The comment of the DBM here is that such function will duplicate the mandate of the Philippine Public Safety College as the premier educational institution for the training, human resource development, and continuing education of all personnel of the fire and jail bureaus pursuant to Section 66 of RA 6975 as amended by RA 112.79. Can we have the comment of the gentleman sponsor on this position of the DBM that this is a duplication of functions?
I disagree with the DBM, Mr. President. Because ang pinoprovide po ng PPEC are only career courses. Meaning, yung basic, advanced, and senior executive courses of the fire service, while ang ipoprovide po nitong Bureau of Fire are specialized courses, Mr. President, like arson investigation, like fire suppression, hazmat, emergency medical services, and the likes, Mr. President. Yung mga specialized courses po, yung highly skilled courses, Mr. President, yan po ang i-offer ng BFP. While yung sa PPEC po, mandatory lang po yung kanila, mandatory career courses. Basic course, advanced course, and senior executive course for officers, and for the non-PNCOs, non-commissioned fire officers, Mr. President, are basic recruit course, the junior leadership course, senior leadership course, Mr. President. Hindi po ito mga specialized courses, Mr. President. So kulang pa talaga. In order to modernize our fire service, kailangan natin talaga mag-create ng training academies ng ating fire academy, ang ating Bureau of Fire, Mr. President.
So this contemplates of the creation of an academy like the Philippine National Police Academy for the PNP or the Philippine Military Academy for the military. Now we will have an academy solely for fire fighting. Is that correct?
Correction, Mr. President, I was wrong. It's not fire academy, but fire training service, Mr. President, not an academy.
Sorry? Ano?
Fire training service.
A fire training
Fire
service.
training service, not fire academy, Mr. President.
Yes, that makes a lot of difference. Thank you for that clarification, that this power does not involve or empower the BFP to establish an academy, but only some training facility. Thank you very much for that clarification. And with that, Mr. President, let me thank the good gentleman for spreading into the record the answers to the questions that we have raised, which are needed for us to form an opinion as to the validity of the proposed measure to establish for another 3 years a modernization program, which requires a 9 billion per year allocation, excluding the pension fund implications of an additional 20,000 personnel. We thank the good gentleman for clarifying the issues, and we do hope that in the period of amendments on the basis of the debates on the period of interpellation, we can craft the appropriate measure that would be acceptable to all and on the basis of the responses made by the sponsor in today's interpellation. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me thank the good sponsor for his patience in providing us the information that we needed. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. President, I would like to thank also the minority leader for his very valuable contribution in the crafting of this bill, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Yes.
may we recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian to also propound questions to the proponent, if the proponent is willing to accept questions, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I survive the minority leader, I think I can survive my good friend and colleague, Senator Win Gatchalian, Mr. President. So he can throw his questions left and right and uppercut, Mr. President. No problem.
No, but we will allow you to take a short respite liquidity problems on this side. There are no other senators here. So the
Yeah.
session suspended for a few minutes. On the floor is the sponsor, Senator De La Rosa, and to interpolate, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, from the onset, Mr. President, let me thank the good minority floor for asking very comprehensive questions. He, in fact, asked all of my questions, Mr. President. So I will just follow up on some of the items that he propounded earlier, Mr. President. And for that, I'd like to ask my future compare. Is a gentleman from Davao del Sur willing to take some few clarificatory questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, first of all, I was listening intently to the discussion earlier on the modernization, Mr. President. And for the record, again, Mr. President, I'd like to be enlightened on how much is the modernization program, Mr. President, because I'm getting a few numbers, different numbers from the earlier interpellation, Mr. President.
It's, Mr. President, the total is 26 billion 862 million 275,000 pesos, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's not the 72 billion, Mr. President, because I earlier got a, actually it's from the previous interpellation, Mr. President, a number of 72 billion.
It's not, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President. And Mr. President, how much, 26 billion is the target modernization. How much was allocated for this year, Mr. President, for 2021 to jumpstart the modernization, Mr. President?
For 2021, Mr. President, it's 9 billion. Excuse me, Mr. President. Yung kanina. Yung capital outlay. As I've said earlier, Mr. President, it's around 5 billion for this 2021.
5 billion for 2021, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
And the modernization started this year, Mr. President, or did it start earlier on?
It was part of the modernization blueprint that was formulated by BFP since 2011, Mr. President.
Okay. So, Mr. President, again, correct my information if I'm wrong, because I was listening intently. 26 billion is the remaining amount to modernize. Is that correct, Mr. President? The 26 billion earlier is the remaining amount to complete the modernization.
Yes, Mr. President.
Of which 5 billion has been allocated this year, Mr. President. Is that the correct?
No, once this bill will be passed into law, doon mag-start yung 26 billion, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Okay. Okay.
As far as this bill is concerned.
Okay. So, Mr. President, when this bill becomes a law, the 26 billion is the amount to operationalize the law, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President.
But in the past, there was already for this year, there is already a 5 billion peso allocation towards modernization. Is that correct, Mr. President?
I would like to correct my previous statement, Mr. President. It's not 5 billion. It's 3.6 billion.
3.6 billion.
Yeah,
Mr. President.
that comprises the capital outlay of the Bureau of Fire's budget for 2021.
Okay.
Because the capital outlay is a component, is the composition of the modernization blueprint for 2011 up to 2017, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, looking at the historical, there is a 80% allocation for modernization. Is that correct, Mr. President? 80% of the fire code fees is supposed to be allocated for the modernization, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. 80% of which is for as the share of the Bureau of Fire Protection. The agency's share will be spent for modernization, Mr. President, while the remaining 20% will go to the local government unit.
Okay. Mr. President, I was just running some figures and looking at historically, Mr. President, I would like to get also the confirmation of the good sponsor. On the average, is it correct to assume that the amounts being allocated for the modernization vary from 1 billion to 3 billion, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
And Mr. President, if the target is 26 billion, so that means, Mr. President, we'll probably modernize in the next 7 to 8 years, Mr. President. Is that correct? If the allocation is about 1 to 3 billion and the target is 26, then we will probably modernize around 6 to 7 billion, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. If we will only rely from the collection of the fire from the fire code collection, Mr. President, that is possible. 7 to 10, as you said, 7 years?
More or less,
Possible,
Mr.
but
President.
more or less. But our bill states that the modernization will take place for within 3 years, Mr. President. So we need the support of the funds coming from GAA.
Correct, Mr. President. And that's actually, Mr. President, my reservation is the amounts to be allocated for the modernization. And what I noticed, Mr. President, a lot of LGUs are already subsidizing this modernization at the local level. And I've been to some LGUs, let's say in Makati, even Davao, Mr. President. I've been to, when I was a mayor, I visited Davao City, their 911 facility. And I remember one of the things that I noticed there is they have a fire auxiliary unit.
Yes,
No?
Mr. President.
And when I asked the local head there, and the rationale there is because, in effect, they want to modernize and they want to catch up with the necessary equipment and necessary manpower to support their BFP, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, in effect, a lot of our local government units have taken the cudgels of modernizing and equipping themselves, Mr. President. So, in my question, Mr. President, how will the LGUs and the modernization program come into play, Mr. President? Because clearly there are some overlaps. I can see, for example, in Valenzuela, we bought a hazmat equipment. And although we have there a very good sort of informal relationship with the local BFP, no, because the protocols are not written in stone. But if the modernization will also purchase hazmat equipment, emergency medical equipment, how will this interplay with the local government units, Mr. President?
Mr. President, in the formulation of this bill, we did not include the participation of the LGU as far as the modernization program is concerned. Ginawa natin dito is that the modernization program is primarily the responsibility of the Bureau of Fire Protection, Mr. President. Now, because it's very hard to incorporate the contribution of the local government units because it varies from place to place, from city to city. So we cannot have an accurate number if we want to incorporate their contribution towards the modernization of the Bureau of Fire, Mr. President. That is why we envisioned this modernization plan as solely the function of the Bureau of Fire. Well, if the local government units are kind enough to support the program, then well and good, we foresee more than modernized Bureau of Fire Protection if the local government units will continue supporting this program, Mr. President.
Mr. President, because in the list of powers, Mr. President, and good sponsor pointed out, there's no mention of the local government units. But in reality, Mr. President, there's a lot of interplay between the local government units and also the BFP, especially in the urban centers, Mr. President.
That's
I
correct,
noticed that.
Mr. President.
And my thoughts on this, Mr. President, is it's very important to have that relationship somehow spelled out in the updating of the powers and functions of the BFP, Mr. President, just like the PNP, which of which the good sponsor, General Bato, headed once upon a time. But Mr. President, I think proper coordination and proper collaboration with the local government units is a very important responsibility, Mr. President. And I commend the good sponsor for coming up with this updating. Kailangan naman ho talaga i-update na yung powers and functions, Mr. President. But I see the need to have that collaboration be spelled out, Mr. President. Mr. President, on another note, Mr. President, I'd like to pick the experience of the good sponsor because when I was working in the local as the local chief executive Valenzuela, there are three very big units of DILG that we interact with, no, at the local level: the PNP, the BFP, and the BJMP. No? The PNP and the BJMP, I understand its sensitivity, no, because it's in charge of peace and order, and they of course they carry firearms with them, and I understand the sensitivity wherein it cannot be completely devolved to the local government units. But with BFP, Mr. President, I'd like to pick the experience of the good sponsor. How come the BFP cannot be devolved to the local government units, considering that it doesn't carry firearms? No, it's not as sensitive when it comes to this type of political issues. From your experience, Mr. President, what is how come it cannot be devolved, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, for one, aside from the reasons enumerated here by the Bureau of Fire, personally, Mr. President, all the uniform services under the DILG are supposed to be considered as reserves for the national leadership when it comes to meeting national emergency, Mr. President. So, naka-standby force nila sila dyan dahil they are mandated to support the armed forces of the Philippines, itong PNP, Bureau of Fire, and BGMP when in meeting national emergencies, Mr. President. So that's one reason they should remain with as a national agency. And another reason, Mr. President, this is based on the survey conducted by the Bureau of Fire. Around 82% of the local chief executives doesn't want this power to be devolved to them dahil nga sabi nila if ever the Mandanas ruling will be implemented at dadami na yung pera nila, Mr. President, well, they choose to spend this additional income of their LGU to other purposes rather than the Bureau of Fire, rather than the fire services. So isang rason rin yan, Mr. President. And historically, Mr. President, if you can remember, the PCINP before the creation of the PCINP, yung local police noon, Mr. President, wherein kasama na doon ang fire, hindi mo yan ma-separate yung local police at saka local fire noon eh. Kasama talaga sila palagi. If you can remember, ang for purposes of professionalization and modernization of fire services, ginawa itong national, Mr. President. Kaya nung na-create yung PCINP, yung yung Integrated National Police, which is composed of the local police and the local fire protection service, ay na-integrate sa Philippine Constabulary as a national agency, Mr. President. So, ang purpose lang nun talaga is professionalization dahil mabuti yung syudad ng Valenzuela, syudad ng Makati, syudad ng Davao, syudad ng Cebu, dahil nga highly urbanized city sila, they can easily provide for the modernization of their fire services. But what about the low-income LGUs, Mr. President? So walang uniformity in terms of modernization and professionalization. So that is why naging national itong Bureau of Fire, and nung ginawa yung DILG law, kasama ito siya sa PNP na ginawang national in scope, civilian in character, at itong na-create din itong BGMP at saka Bureau of Fire, Mr. President. So yan yung mga naging rason noon. Kasi noon, pag sinabi ng mayor na ikaw, fireman ka na, bukas, mag-report ka na doon sa munisipyo. Nandoon na si Mr. Fireman, naka-uniforme na ng fireman, kahit walang training, walang dinaanan na qualification screening or what, basta in-appoint lang ng mayor na fireman ka na, nandoon na, nag-report na, naka-uniforme na. So, kaya ito na-conceptualize, na-conceive itong idea na kailangan talagang i-nationalize itong fire services, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Senator Tolentino.
If I
Yes,
can
Senator
interject.
Tolentino, with the permission of the gentleman.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few lines to interject. Perhaps if the good sponsor can affirmatively say that he has an open mind insofar as the inclusion of the LGUs are concerned in terms of the involvement of the LGUs. Because, Mr. President, from my experience likewise in Metro Manila, the LGUs are the ones involved in organizing the fire volunteer brigades, for instance, in the city of Manila. The Chinatown Binondo fire volunteers are organized and assisted by the local LGU. And in some other areas, I know for a fact Quezon City and other areas. And in my experience, we were the ones procuring some gadgets for a local fire station. That's why here in Metro Manila, if the Bureau of Fire is listening, there is an area here, corner Pasuntamo, going to Ayala, which is practically a warehouse for used fire trucks, designed to accommodate LGUs from far-flung areas. So we should not discount, Mr. President, the help and assistance being given by LGUs. Is the good sponsor amenable to including perhaps a line of provision that would encapsulate existing reality that LGUs are there to help? In fact, there are barangay fire volunteer brigades likewise, Mr. President.
Yes,
That's my
Mr.
question.
President. Yes, Mr. President.
So the professionalization, Mr. President, is not just a role for the national government. In fact, the LGUs can also be there to assist, help professionalize the local fire stations, Mr. President. Am I correct in that assumption, good sponsor?
Correct, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was listening earlier to the conversation between the good minority floor leader and the sponsor regarding the devolution, and there is merit to pursue that concept because we hit three birds with one stone, Mr. President. Number one, the powers and responsibilities under this law crisscrosses with some of the activities being conducted already by the local government units, and some duplication might happen. And in reality, some of these are being conducted already by the local government units. The second reason, Mr. President, is the additional funding of the local government unit because of the Mandanas ruling. Earlier, I heard the good sponsor mention that the increased amount is about 300 billion, no, more or less. Actually, the amounts that we got in the internet is about 234 billion in addition to the local government units. And looking at the budget of the BFP, the budget of BFP is about 25 billion pesos a year. So that 234 billion a year can be a source of fund from that 25 billion. In other words, the 25 billion can be easily be subsumed under the 234 billion. And third, Mr. President, the issue of modernization. Modernization costs money, Mr. President, and I support the modernization. I see the need for modernizing our Bureau of Fire. However, the realities will hit us because the amounts needed are quite staggering. And the local government units, because of the Mandanas ruling, will have that financial capability to support such a modernization, Mr. President. So maybe in a separate hearing by the Committee on Public Order by His Honor's lead can be a subject matter to look at this issue, Mr. President, because I can see that we can hit three birds with one stone with this devolution concept, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
Minority Leader, yes, go ahead.
just on that point, Mr. President, the additional amount to be devolved by virtue of the Mandanas ruling is 388 billion pesos. If the and this is yearly, starting next year, I repeat, 388 billion. If the amount necessary for the modernization of the BFP is only 9 billion per year, certainly this can be accommodated in the funds that will go to the local government as a result of the Mandanas ruling. In other words, as correctly pointed out by Senator Gatchalian, we hit several birds with one stone. We modernized the the BFP with funds that are immediately available. Number two, indeed, there can be better coordination. And by the way, Mr. President, if I recall correctly, before the integration of the PC and the INP, the Bureau or the fire services were always with the local government, never national. Iyan po ay local services. I grew up in our city knowing that the bombero is a local employee, and the fires were, and they were rendering services. I emphasize, Mr. President, that this is a service. In fact, it can be not only devolved, but it can be delegated to the private sector. In many jurisdictions, fire services are already devolved to the private sector, provided appropriate funds are for an appropriate fee. Because this is a service which need not be performed by the government, but can be performed by the private sector upon payment of the proper compensation. So those are my interventions. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gatchalian, and the good sponsor.
Thank you, good minority floor. And Mr. President, I understand why the police and the BJNP cannot be devolved because of its sensitive responsibilities. Ayaw natin ng may private army, so pinapakawalan po yung mga drug lords. But with BFP, I think there is more pros than the downside, Mr. President, in terms of coordination and also the modernization, Mr. President. And at the proper, maybe I would propose and later on in a different hearing to study the merits of this proposal, Mr. President, because I think we can hasten the, like the good minority floor leader said, hasten the modernization. No? That 26 billion can be easily spent in 1 year, Mr. President. So we have a modernized BFP in 1 year. On top of that, the budget allocated to BFP for operations only 25 billion. Again, it can be subsumed and absorbed by the 388 billion to be devolved to the local government units, Mr. President. So that's the point I want to make, Mr. President, on the devolution, because I can see a lot of benefits, especially on modernization, Mr. President. And Mr. President, lastly, on the issue of permitting, Mr. President, I know this has been a very controversial as well as a very sticking point to local government units, the issue of permitting, no, when you get business permits, Mr. President. I know countless circulars have been issued by the DILGs to streamline the permitting process at the local level. Currently, Mr. President, for the fire safety inspection certificate, what is the policy on that permit, Mr. President? Because I know, Mr. President, the original policy is you cannot get a business permit without the FSIC, the Fire Safety Inspection Certificate.
Yes, Mr. President,
Yeah.
that's true.
But however, because obviously before the BFP can issue an FSIC, they have to inspect everything. No? But it's impossible naman to inspect everything. You know, like for example, in Valenzuela, we have almost 18,000 businesses, and the renewal of businesses is only the first month. No? So how do you inspect 18,000 businesses in less than 30 days? And so I know this has been amended to accommodate ease of doing business, but what's the current policy right now, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the percentage of fire safety inspection certificate rated building and structure that has not been the cause of fire incident or the origin of fire against total number of fire safety incident certificate rated building establishment nationwide is 88%, Mr. President. And I think they cannot come up with this data if these buildings were not totally inspected, Mr. President. So they have the whole year to conduct the inspection. So,
But Mr. President, is the policy of no business permit, no FSIC, no business permit still stands right now?
yes, Mr. President.
So how can BFP inspect businesses during the renewal of businesses in the first month? Normally, first month po ang renewal of businesses. Eh. So meaning LGUs cannot issue business permits and no businesses should operate?
The validity of the IC, Mr. President, is good for 365 years. At least 365 days, Mr. President. So, So, yun daw, Mr. President, if you have a valid FSIC, you can be issued with the business permit.
Well, Mr. President, the point of the matter there is, I know it's, again, this has been a source of a lot of conflicts at the local level. And my point, Mr. President, is the BFP. I know the importance of FSIC, because
Yeah,
that is a assurance that the establishment is compliant with our fire laws. However, I know it has been cause of a lot of delays. In fact, it has been cause of a lot of blame games. And because we're updating, Mr. President, the powers and responsibilities or powers and functions of BSP. Mr. President, my suggestion, and at least I will offer this at the proper time, is for BFP also to be compliant and also be in tandem with the ease of doing business, Mr. President. We want the BFP to perform its functions as well as be business friendly, Mr. President. And a lot of businesses, if you ask them, they always have some negative comments on this FSIC, on this certification, Mr. President. So at the proper time, Mr. President, I would like to also propose in the powers and functions something to the effect of the ease of doing business, supportive of local industries, as well as making sure that the certifications being required will have some sort of time frame or some sort of process, or identified process, so that it will not be detrimental to the business establishments, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Going back to your the issues that you have raised, Mr. President, it is stated here that one of the functions of the BFP is enforce Section 12 of RA 11032, or the Act promoting ease of doing business and efficient delivery of government services, amending for the purpose RA number 9485, otherwise known as the Anti-Red Tape Act of 2007, and for other purposes. So, andito po yung kasama po sa functions na, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, my point there is just to make sure that the BFP is also in line with the government's direction of attracting more businesses, helping small businesses renew their licenses and operate as quick as possible. And again, drawing from our experience at the local level, there seems to be a lot of negative comments on the process of obtaining FSIC or this certificate, Mr. President. So again, at the proper time, we'll make the necessary amendments, and I'll leave it to the good sponsor whether he sees merit to this proposal, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President, may I be allowed to interject with the permission? Yes, we will
Yes,
just
go
be
ahead.
allowed to interject. Being the author of the Ease of Doing Business, with the assistance of our dear colleagues when we passed this, we actually had to put a special provision, Your Honor, Mr. President, on the case of the Bureau of Fire, because with all due respect to our colleagues of the Bureau of Fire that are there today, part of the resource persons helping Senator Bato, when we had the survey among all the businesses, that was one of the top complaints, was the delay in the issuance of permits and licenses coming from the Bureau of Fire. So I'm glad that Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Your Honor, has taken this up, and we want to make sure that during the bill's approval, we can put safeguards to make sure that it doesn't go back to the slow and tedious process of releasing the licenses after several months. I believe they've complied, Mr. President, drastically, with the passage of the Ease of Doing Business, because we had to make it even quicker than what was normally granted to national government agencies. Under the national government agencies, I believe it is 20 working days. Pag BFP po, Your Honors, I believe it is less than 2 weeks. I think it's less than 15 days. How many days? 3 or 7 days po yung sa BFP na licenses and certificates. So tutukan din po namin yan, Your Honors, Mr. President, para we'll make sure that under this new modernized BFP law that we do not retrograde but actually continue with the model of giving these certificates and licenses at the speed that the businesses need to be able to start their businesses. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that. Thank you for allowing me to interject, Mr. President, and to my colleagues.
Yes, Mr. President. Actually, in line with the ease of doing business law, the BAP is now complying, very much compliant because according to the director of the Bureau of Fire, it's not 14 days, but it's only 3 days to secure FSIC, Mr. President. Only 3 days.
So that means, Mr. President, I know the process of getting the FSIC is an inspection. So how do they conduct the inspection immediately, Mr.
Mr. President, with the permission again of my colleagues, I thank the BFP for that, Mr. President. But wala na po mga fire extinguisher. Wala na po yung mga fire extinguisher at wala na po sana mga fire gadgets na dating binibenta po nila. Sana wala na po yun.
Mr. President.
Wala na po yan. Wala na po yan. Okay.
Nagkakaso na yung mga bumbero na nagbibenta ng fire extinguisher,
okay.
no, Mr. President.
Good,
Actually,
good.
Mr. President,
Salamat
I
po.
would like to go back to the comment of our colleague here, a good gentleman from Valenzuela, about the question on how was the BAP able to conduct an on-site inspection within 3 days? Because they said that it's only a matter of 3 days before you can get your IPSIC. Well, they said, Mr. President, that there is always pre-inspection activities that they are conducting whole year round. Halimbawa, Gatchalian Litson. The establishment is Gatchalian Litson. Before you go to the Bureau of Fire to get your FSIC or IPSIC, your establishment was already inspected beforehand because they have to do it whole year round. So umiikot na yan mga fire inspector sa mga establishmento kahit na hindi pa panahon ng application ng business permit, Mr. President. So meron na silang hawak na data. Itong tindahan na ito, kapag ito'y mag-apply ng IPSIC, hindi ito makakapasa dahil na-inspection ko na ito, na kulang ito ng mga requirements natin. So, kaya nila gawin within 3 days, Mr. President.
Dahil dyan, Mr. President, meron kayong Gatchalian Lechon. Napadala ho sa inyo. But levity aside, Mr. President, well, thank you for that innovation, Mr. President. Dati hindi ho ganon. That innovation was introduced probably recently lang. But I know before it was, you have to wait for the actual inspection before the FSIC will be issued, and that takes time. And like you said earlier, the good sponsor mentioned earlier, manpower is also another problem. No?
Yeah.
And I know fire inspectors are not adequate at the local level. No? So that's why it takes takes a long time, no, for the FSIC to be released, because we lack the right number of inspectors to inspect.
Yeah.
No? So that's also a problem. But that innovation, Mr. President, is welcome. And the point lang, Mr. President, in this line of thinking is to embed a business-friendly, ease of doing business type of provision at the proper time, Mr. President, in line with what the good majority floor mentioned earlier, so that will be signaling the business community that the BFP is also promoting businesses at the local level. Total, ang BFP naman po largely is a local organization. No, I would assume all the 30,000 employees of BFP are all local, or probably 90% are local, no? Because that they're considered frontliners, Mr. President. So with that,
Yes,
Mr. President, thank you very much to the good sponsor, to my compare from Davao del Sur for those answers, and at the proper time we'll make some suggestions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Iba yung perspective coming from former LGU local chief executive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the
Majority
permission
Leader.
of, if it was all right, on next in line to ask questions is Senator Richard Gordon. But if it's all right with the good sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Ronald Bato de la Rosa, together with Senator Gordon, if we could suspend muna the interpellation of this measure to take up the committee report of Senator Gordon on the SSS, finish that already, and then come back to this, if it's all right with Senator Gordon.
Mr.
So,
President, if I may,
right,
I'm supposed, Majority
Senator
Leader,
Villanueva.
I'm supposed to interpellate also, Mr. President, but I don't mind doing it next time. And I'm here still waiting for my turn. But just the same, Mr. President, just to put on record that I'm ready. And if there's another round, perhaps, because I will be very short, I have already talked to our good colleague, the good sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa. But again, I will submit to the wisdom of our Majority Leader. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that, Senator Villanueva. We didn't have that in the list, but now you're listed as an interpellator. If that's all right, Mr. President, so that at least we can finish one of the measures for second reading, approve that. I think it's very important, the SSS, and then come back to the BFP if we have some time a bit later. Because I'm worried, Mr. President, we might spend our time interpolating that, and then due to the lateness of the hour, we will adjourn and will not tackle SSS, which is equally important, Mr. President. If it's all right with the two gentlemen, Senator Gordon and Senator Bato de la Rosa. We'll just come back after a quick suspension.
Sure.
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator De
So
La
with that,
Rosa.
Mr. President, with that, Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration temporarily Senate Bill number 1832. I so move, Mr. President.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, consideration is suspended.
With that, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2027 under Committee Report number 166. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 2027 is in order.
This is the deferring the increases of contributions on Social Security system. May we recognize Senator Richard Gordon, Mr. President, and to help amend the measure, our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Franklin M. Drilon. We are at the period of amendments, Mr. President. That's the
All
status.
right, Senator Gordon is recognized to continue sponsoring the measure, and Senator Franklin for the period to propose amendments. The parliamentary status, we are in the period of amendments. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Majority Floor Leader. I don't know, I'm told by my staff that they were in discussions with the staff of Senator Dillon and Senator Ontiveros, and they have prepared consolidated amendments. If Senator Dillon and Senator Ontiveros are willing to allow me to read the consolidated amendments, I will so to do. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, I have no problems with Senator Gordon reading into the records our proposed amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very
Mr.
much, Mr. President.
President, if I may also briefly manifest,
Yes,
Mr. President.
Senator De Veros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like the Minority Leader, I have no problem as well and anticipate with gratitude with what the next step that the good sponsor is going to take. Thank you, good sponsor, at salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And with your permission, I'd like to read the amendments. On page 2, line 10, after the word quotes act, remove the period, parenthesis period, close parenthesis period, replace it with a colon inserted within parenthesis, and insert the following. And I quote, quotation mark, provided further, comma, upon the recommendation of the Social Security Commission, after consultation with stakeholders, the implementation of the 1% year 2021 increase in contribution rates and the monthly salary credits provided in the section may be suspended by the President of the Philippines for the duration of the state of public health emergency under Proclamation number 922 as amended by Proclamation number 1021, period. The other scheduled contribution rates and the monthly salary credits herein provided shall continue to be valid and effective, colon, provided finally that no changes in the implementing rules or administrative procedures will be introduced by the Social Security Commission that will defer disbursement of benefits presently being enjoyed by its members, period, colon. I so move, Mr. President, that we adopt the amendment.
Any objections? Hearing none, adopted.
And finally, thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, not an objection. Mr. President, I request for a reconsideration, just a matter of form. Mr. President, if Senator Gordon will accept, after 1%, we can delete the word year.
Delete the word year.
Yes, Your Honor. Accepted, Your Honor.
Station of the 1% 2021 increase. Yes. So if we can just move for a reconsideration of the approval, open the period of amendment again, and just delete the word year after 1%.
Yes, Your Honor. Accepted, Your Honor. And if I may add, because I was not able to read that, after the 1%, put a parenthesis with 1% and close parenthesis, Mr. President, followed by 2021, deleting year.
The word year.
Wait,
Deleting the word year.
before we act on the proposal, if you're accepting the amendment of Senator Drilon, maybe just the Secretariat is requesting that that the gentleman reread his proposed amendment incorporating the amendment of Senator Drilon, and because the Secretariat does not have a copy of your amendments, so they are just following it and they're having a difficulty. They're just recording it now. So can we please reread the amendment and incorporate the proposal of Senator Drilon?
Thank you, Your Honor. On page 2, line 10, after the word act, remove the period, parenthesis period, close parenthesis, replace it with a colon, open parenthesis, colon, close parenthesis, and insert the following colon. Quote, quotation mark, provided, comma, further, comma, upon the recommendation of the Social Security Commission, after consultation with stakeholders, comma, the implementation of the 1%, followed, open parenthesis, numerical 1%, close parenthesis, delete the year, the word year, and continue on with 2021. Increase in contribution rates and the monthly salary credits provided in this section, comma, may be suspended by the President of the Philippines for the duration of the state of public health emergency under Proclamation number 1021, Mr. President.
No, not 1021.
922.
I'm sorry, now number 922. I was just distracted because I was going to say we have posted the amendment on the screen, Mr. President. Please reference, comma, as amended by Proclamation number 1021, period. The other scheduled contribution rates and the monthly salary credits herein provided shall continue to be valid and effective, colon, provided finally that no changes and the implementing rules or administrative procedures will be introduced by the Social Security Commission that will defer disbursement of benefits presently being enjoyed by its members, period, close quotation marks.
All right, that's it. Senator Drilon,
Yeah,
Okay.
I have no problems. I have no problems. Propose
any
amendment.
objection? Hearing none, adopted as amended.
And then finally, Mr. President, thank you. Finally, on page 2, delete the lines 11 to 23.
11 to 23.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's it. No replacement.
No replacement, Mr. President.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you. I think Senator Dillon has a question, Mr. President.
Yes, just a clarification, Senator Gordon, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Senator Drilon.
yeah. The last proviso, Senator Gordon, if you can kindly read it again, on the matter of benefits.
I will publish it there again, Mr. President.
Yes,
Put it on the
please.
screen.
Provided final.
Yes, all right.
After the word provided, colon, comma, finally, comma, that no changes in the implementing rules or administrative procedures will be introduced by the Social Security Commission that will defer the disbursement of benefits presently being enjoyed by its members, period.
Yes, Mr. President, just a clarification. The first part of the amendment would defer the implementation of the increase in contribution rates. And I underscore the following: monthly salary credits. The benefit would depend on the monthly salary credit. So what does this this last proviso mean? Because I'm just pointing out what the intent is. I would repeat, the monthly salary credit under the amendment approved would be suspended because of the suspension of the increase in contribution rates. Necessarily, that is so. Now, how does the last proviso affect this?
Mr. President.
Senator De Veros.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the good sponsor would allow, I would just like to add to this portion of the discussion. Thank you, Mr. President. I proposed this proposed amendment and thank the good sponsor for including it in the committee amendments. My proposed amendment was built on my interpellation of the good sponsor regarding if currently awarded unemployment benefits, maternity benefits, and one more, Mr. President, would continue to be awarded even under conditions of deferment of the increase in contribution for 6 months or 1 year. The third benefit, Mr. President, was the pension, the additional 1,000 peso pension. And I recall that in the interpellation, the good sponsor responded that, yes, he had been assured by the SSS that they could and they would continue to award those benefits even if and when we pass this law, Mr. President. So once more, just for the record, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess Senator Taveras already answered that. It really is just to make sure that the benefits as promised by the SSS continues, Mr. President. And because, and I answered, I remember that they have a big amount of money to cover that, about over 550 million pesos, billion pesos, Mr. President, 550 billion pesos. So they can cover it. So, would
Okay.
the gentleman from...
Anything else?
Yes.
On the matter? We have already adopted the deletion of 11 to 23 on page 2. Anything
Thank you.
else?
No more, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
All right, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, I move to close the period of amendments. If there are no other amendments, Mr. President, from our colleague.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed.
With that, Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2027.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 2027 is hereby approved on second reading.
Congratulations po sa sponsor, Senator Gordon. And we move to suspend consideration, the same for the third reading next week.
I thank our colleagues, the Senate President, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome. Congratulations.
So move to suspend,
Either.
Mr. President, consideration.
Yes, suspended. The consideration is suspended, 2027.
Thank you, Mr. Like I promised earlier, Mr. President, we can proceed back to Senate Bill number 1832, and I so move, Mr. President, that we resume consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we recommend again Senator Bato de la Rosa, and to interpolate is Senator Richard Gordon, after which Senator Joel Villanueva.
Dito ko.
I beg your pardon? Senator De La Rosa is recognized, and who is interpolating?
Well, if it is not a long interpolation from Senator Villanueva, if we can ask permission from Senator Gordon, if he can go ahead, sir.
Senator Villanueva?
Opo.
Oh, no problem.
All right, Senator Villanueva, you're recognized. Anyway, you're here physically present. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you very much to our chairman, Senator Dick Gordon. And before I ask very few questions, Mr. President, I'll be very short. I'd like to again put on record my sincerest thanks to our good chair, Senator Gordon, for shepherding our bill that was just passed on second reading. Congratulations. Mr. President, at the onset, let me share that this representation fully support the modernization and strengthening of the workforce of the Bureau of Fire Protection. Based on PSA data, roughly 16,000 to 18,000 fire incidents occur annually, and that is equivalent to 44 to 49 fire incidents daily. And that's why I could just imagine the challenges ahead of the Bureau of Fire Protection, and therefore there's really a need for modernization. May we know if the distinguished gentleman, the gentleman from Davao, would yield to some clarificatory questions, Mr. President? Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. And also would like to put on record my sincerest thanks for the distinguished gentleman from Davao for allowing this representation to talk to him even before this plenary interpellation, because we were able to air out our sentiments with regard to this particular measure. Just to spread into the records, Mr. President, we look at fire prevention and firefighting. We note that this is indeed a gargantuan task, as they are. The BFP has also been expanding its roles to handle more than fire-related emergencies as member of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council. For instance, it plays a huge role in the COVID-19 response, such as helping municipal and city health offices transport COVID-19 patients to isolation and other health facilities. Would you agree, Mr. President, that this has been the work of our Bureau of Fire Protection? Yes, Mr. President, I agree. Mr. President, I just have one issue that I encountered that I thought would be nice to discuss in this August chamber, as I was listening attentively to the questions raised by our minority floor leader last week and today, and our distinguished colleague, our seatmate, Senator Gatchalian, today. But I noticed this emergency medical services or the BFP's EMS. Can the distinguished sponsor just spread into the records the current mandate of BFP's emergency medical services? Yes, Mr. President. Right now, even without the approval of this BFP modernization bill, they are already providing emergency medical services, Mr. President. Yes, and Mr. President, how does BFP's emergency medical services link? May link na po ba o gagawin pa lang? Nasaan po tayo yung link niya with the National 911 or emergency system? It is already linked, Mr. President.
And how many EMS are we talking about? And when you say EMS, this emergency medical service team, ano po yung composition nito? May isa ba siyang ambulansya? May ano po ba siya? Ilan yung tao niya? Because if I'm not mistaken, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, BFP's EMS is the unit in charge of emergency medical responses. And this includes basic emergency care like management of soft tissue injuries and CPR, etc. during fire disaster operations. May I know if this is correct? They also somehow perform incident rehabilitation and critical incident stress management, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, you are correct as to the functions of the
Emergency medical service.
EMS unit, Mr. President. Now, going back to your question, Mr. President, as to the composition of one AMS unit, it is composed. One AMS unit is composed of 7 personnel, Mr. President. One inspector or senior inspector as team leader, SIP 01 to SIP 04 as supervisor in COIC, if 03 as radio operator or dispatcher, if 01 to if 03 as ambulance driver. Another one is if 01 to if 03 as crew, triads. So a total of 7, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Thank you for that, distinguished colleague, Mr. President. Do all activated fire stations in the country have their very own emergency medical services units, Mr. President?
Not all, Mr. President.
How many do we have? Yung kumpleto po, Mr. President, na binanggit po ninyo, ilan po yung meron po tayo sa ngayon?
We have a total of 131 ambulance, Mr. President, being manned by itong ating emergency medical service units, Mr. President.
131, that's
100
nationwide already, Mr. President.
Nationwide, Mr. President.
Parang konti din pala, Mr. President. And may mga EMS units po ba that do not have their own ambulance? O when you say EMS, yung binanggit po niyo na yung kumpleto, yung 7 personnel, ambulansya, etc.
Yes, Mr. President, it is true. There are fire stations with trained EMS units, but they don't have ambulance, Mr. President.
Mr. President, would the sponsor know the number of serviceable ambulance used by the Bureau of Fire or BFP's emergency medical services?
So far, Mr. President, at present, we have 131 serviceable ambulance all
So
over the
that's all
country.
we have, Mr. President, the 131. It's the same EMS with the ambulance.
These 131 ambulances, Mr. President, are of course being manned by corresponding AMS unit, Mr. President.
At hindi po yan hinihiram, for example, from the local government units. Yan po ay sa national na po.
It's organic property of the Bureau of Fire Protection, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, I promise I won't be long, but I encountered this jaws of life, Mr. President. It is a, and I would like to show a slide. It's a hydraulic apparatus used to pry apart the wreckage of crashed vehicles in order to free people trapped inside. It is an emergency rescue tool, Mr. President, to assist crash victims, and is usually available or used by firefighters and other rescue teams. And it's a known fact, Mr. President, that the BFP also respond to road crash emergencies. May we know, Mr. President, ilan meron po ba tayo ito? Ilan po yung meron tayo nitong jaws of life or hydraulic rescue apparatus? Meron po ba ang BFP nito?
Mr. President, we're just looking for the number, but all Rosenbauer fire truck, Mr. President,
Have this.
is equipped with that kind of equipment, Mr. President.
And how many do we have? Even, Mr. President, kahit rough estimate lang siguro, if we could have a figure.
At present, Mr. President, we have 46.
Kala ko
46.
madami. 46 lang, Mr. President.
All over the country, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President,
46.
I was a little surprised that we only have 46 because we are a nation with 12 million motor vehicles. That's what I recall during the hearing of the Committee on Public Service, with over 100,000 road crashes, killing roughly 12,000 Filipinos nationwide annually. And it only shows, Mr. President, that we really need to modernize the BFP, specifically its EMS. I'd like to point out in Section 4 of the committee report, the BFP, in coordination with the DILG, shall establish and implement the BFP modernization program geared towards the capability enhancement of its personnel and acquisition. And let me point this out, acquisition of the state-of-the-art fire prevention, fire suppression, fire investigation, emergency medical and rescue services apparatus. Mr. President, isang bagay po yung gusto kong bigyan ng punto at malinaw po na kailangan pong i-modernize ang BFP at sana sa particular measure na ito ay kasama po yung pagkakaroon ng well-equipped emergency medical services, and gusto ho natin ipakita sa mundo, sa ating mga kababayan dito sa Pilipinas, na pag sinabing membro ka ng BFP, hindi ibig sabihin tagapatay sunog ka lang, kundi ikaw ay part nitong emergency medical services. At the proper time, Mr. President, I would like to introduce some amendments to further strengthen our position in this particular issue.
Yes, Mr. President. Actually, as far as the details of our 3-year BFP modernization program, we are planning to acquire 120 units of ambulance with equipment and accessories. Meaning kasama na yung hydraulic rescue apparatus na pinapakita mo, Mr. President, and another 145 rescue truck with equipment and accessories. So a total of 265 rescue trucks and ambulance are contemplated to be procured via this modernization program, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. President. Would the sponsor know how many of the BFP personnel are graduates of medical or allied courses?
At the moment, Mr. President, we have 5,346 nurses by profession, but as employed as Fire Officer 1, meaning they are not using their profession as nurses, but they are performing as firefighters, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I have here with me, and you have the updated number of personnel in BS Nursing. You made mention, distinguished colleague, that there are about 5,346. Mine is 5,034. But if you look at the data here, Mr. President, you have BS in Nursing, you have Radiologic Technology, PT, Physical Therapists, Medical Technology, Pharmacy. Kung titingnan po natin, 5,380 health-related degrees or health and medical sciences. Itong data natin, Mr. President. I look at the data of the local government units. They only have 5,975 LGU hired nurses. Ang BFP merong 5,346. And this shows that the number of nurses in BFP is almost at the same level as the nurses in the LGU. So perhaps, Mr. President, we are looking at an opportunity here. Yung BFP natin, yung EMS, ay ma-maximize natin na again, hindi lang titignan na tagapamatay sunog lamang, Mr. President, no? Another thing, Mr. President, last but not the least that I'd like to raise, under Section 4 of the bill, one component of the BFP modernization program would be human resource development. And this representation spoke with our distinguished sponsor, but let me just put on record, how does this bill envision augmenting BFP's emergency medical services human resource? Mr. President, the human resource program of this component of this bill is more focused on recruitment of new firefighters, Mr. President, at kasama na po dyan yung mga medical health professionals na magmamaman sa mga emergency medical service units ng na i-organize ng BFP pag tayo'y makaka-procure na ng mga rescue trucks and ambulances, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. And again, at the proper time, this representation would like to introduce some amendments on how we'll be able to guarantee, Mr. President, yung upgrading programs natin sa mga BFP officers and personnel, of course, in accordance with the Civil Service Commission rules and regulation. And again, yung mga training programs natin with even our training facilities, Mr. President. Ang gusto lang ho nating i-point out before I close is that if you look at the data, again, you made mention, Mr. President, and kahit hindi po updated itong ating data na ipinapakita, 5,380, Mr. President, mga health-related degrees in health and medical sciences graduates yung ating mga nasa BFP at yan po ay mga bomberos natin ngayon. They are nursing graduates, Mr. President. 10 batalyon na po yan. Halos katumbas na ng bilang ng mga nurses employed in the local government units nationwide. They are trained as part of the emergency medical service of the BFP at napakalaki po ng potensyal na gawing base manpower ng isang national emergency medical service ng ang BFP. So yun lang po yung gusto nating ipunto, and again at the proper time this representation would like to introduce some amendments, and I hope that our distinguished colleague from Davao would look into it and consider, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa inyong pasensya, sa aking colleague from Davao. Isang malaking karangalan ng maging parte ng discussion nitong napakahalagang panukalang batas na ating tinatalakay. Salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, may we now recognize our distinguished colleague from Zambales, Senator Richard Dick Gordon.
Senator Richard Gordon is recognized.
Mr. President, will the gentleman from Davao yield to just a few questions, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just ask and begin by citing, you have a total of 31,386 in the plantilla. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
And 27,168 is filled,
Yes, Mr. President.
or 86.5%.
Yes, Mr. President.
And of these, 5,346 are nurses.
Yes, Mr. President.
So right away, when we start vaccinating, we can even use these nurses. Would that be correct?
Very correct, Mr. President.
Are they being trained right now?
Yes, Mr. President. As Fire Officer 1, they are being paid.
They're being trained to fight fires, but they have to be trained to administer the vaccination, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
So will you accept that suggestion?
Yes, Mr. President.
I have always known you have good judgment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Now, let me just point out, Mr. President, when you start talking about fires, you have a very, very large complement of personnel, which constitutes 80% of the budget of 20.5 billion or 21 billion is earmarked for personal services. Would that be correct, sir?
Correct, Mr. President.
80%. And under your proposal, eventually you want to fill up or want to ratchet up to how many people?
We need additional 20,000 personnel, Mr. President, for our modernization program.
And that modernization program will be, as already answered by you, and I'm just clarifying, will include several hundred fire trucks,
Yes, Mr. President.
several hundred ambulances,
Yes, Mr. President.
and several hundred emergency medical units.
Yes, Mr. President.
So how many personnel are you going to have ultimately?
That's 20. Ultimately, Mr. President, if we will be given the additional 20,000 under this modernization program, we will have around 60,000 fire personnel, Mr. President.
60,000. That's an awful
50. Correction, Mr. President. 50.
50,000.
Zero.
That's still an awful lot of personnel, Mr. President. Now, would the gentleman have any knowledge if the heads of the BFD, would they be considering what is done in other countries? Or for that matter, even in the Red Cross, we do that. We have volunteer firemen. In America, they have about 1,115,000 total firefighters. And career firefighters are only 370,000. Volunteer firefighters constitute 745,000. So it's almost 33% are career and 67% are volunteer firefighters. That would be something I think that we can utilize here. That way, we will have parang training program like the Israelis, where they are soldiers for 2 or 3 years, or for that matter, they can come in every day. Different person can come in every day, and you'll have a lot more people who are trained to fight fires, do first aid, and do emergency equipment. Would that be something that they would consider in the BFD?
Yes, Mr. President, that's a good idea, Mr. President. But I just would like to point out that the basis for this personnel complement is the standards, the universal standard that's being used by the firefighters. That is one firefighter per 2,000 population, Mr. President. That's why we are going to come up with around 50,000 firefighters, because of we are already approaching or have approached more than 100 million population, Mr. President.
Certainly, if we're a rich country, which we're still trying to be, wala akong problema dyan. Pero kung ganyan kalaki ang kukunin nyo, medyo magkakaroon tayo ng problema. Because I doubt even if the government will be able to give you that, and I'd be very surprised if they gave you that. But my suggestion is like America, and you know me, I had volunteers in Subic, I have volunteers in the Red Cross and in tourism and everywhere I go. And if you properly organize firefighter volunteers, and they have firefighter volunteers when they fight forest fires in America. And I remember when I was mayor of Olongapo and the bases were still there, pagka may sunog, tatakbo yung mga Amerikano, kahit na off-duty, hindi mo alam kung firefighter yun, basta marunong siya, lahat sila marunong lumaban sa mga shift fires. I'm sure in the Philippine Navy, all our Philippine Navy crewmen are trained to fight shift fires. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. President.
So why can we not have firefighter volunteers? That can certainly reduce the manpower requirement dramatically, and will make of ourselves a very, very competent country for all kinds of emergencies and disasters.
Yes, you are correct, Mr. President. In fact, if you will allow me, as of now, we have a total of 1,804 organized fire brigades all over the country with a total number of 51,742, Mr. President. So if this number will be incorporated into our regular force, regular firefighting force, then this is very significant number, Mr. President.
Then you don't really,
51,000.
then you don't really need all the 50,000 people that you're saying, because you already have the fire volunteers from the Chinese Filipinos, including the Red Cross, where we have also 17 fire trucks and about 29 water tankers of about 10,000 liters each.
Well, Mr. President, if you consider only the traditional function of the BFP, which is purely fire suppression, maybe it will suffice, Mr. President. But with the expanded role or the expanded functions of the BFP that is now being performed, like the conducting safety inspections on the buildings and other related functions, the emergency medical service, the hazmat, the all other functions that are enumerated here in this proposed bill, then I think we need this number, Mr. President, the actual full-time personnel complement that would satisfy the 1:2,000 population, one firefighter to 2,000 population, Mr. President.
That is a number, that is an objective. But in reality, we ain't done so bad, have we? Our firefighters, our volunteer firefighters, and I see them. I accompany some of my fire trucks when they go out there. The Filipino-Chinese fire trucks are numerous in number. They're not even modern. And but they do the job, don't they?
Yes, Mr. President.
And if you're talking about emergency medical services, we do have that as well as not just fire suppression, not just fire prevention. You could actually have a school for that, and you don't have to have so much in the plantilla or so much resource that will be spent on fire inspection, especially if we really develop a firm and fair and proper fire enforcement safety regulations. Would that be correct, sir?
Yes, Mr. President.
So that would be the objective, not just the numbers, but the qualitative nature of creating a fire
Service.
Fire presence or a fire department, if you will.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you agree, because when I was not too very long ago, I would visit my late father-in-law in America, and I'd visit some of their relatives, and some of them are executives, and at night they would go to a fire department and they would put on a fire uniform, spick and span, complete outlet. They pay for it. They wash the trucks, they clean the trucks, they paint the trucks, and it's always up to date. And they're able to do a lot in the process. For that matter, I believe that in most of the disasters in America, the fire volunteers that have been trained, and they're like the weekend warriors or the National Guard, but obviously these are not going to be able to do 2 months or 3 months, but they should be able to have a modicum of training so that they can go at least once a week, one shift a week or one shift a night, and they can help and they can be properly recognized. Would that be feasible, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, it's very much feasible. In fact, I think, Mr. President, if I may, malaking bagay po dyan ang kultura ng isang lugar na nag-contribute sa ganong klaseng attitude ng mga tao, yung kanilang voluntariness, yung kanilang pagbubuluntaryo, magiging firefighter. Because in America, kung tanungin mo ang isang bata, what would you want to be when you grow up? Ang sagot kagad ng bata, I want to be a firefighter. Yan palagi, Mr. President. Hindi ang sagot na, I want to be a cop or I want to be a soldier. No. Ang sagot karamihan ng kabataan doon is, I want to be a firefighter. So that is why maybe very prestigious sa kanila ang magiging firefighter. At whereas dito sa Pilipinas, pag tanungin mo ang bata, paglaki mo, anong gusto mo? Ang sagot kagad na bata, gusto ko maging pulis, hindi firefighter. So iba po yung kultura na nade-develop sa Amerika, Mr. President. So
I'm not
maganda po
going
yung
to
sa
ask
kanila.
you why our children want to be policemen. I'm not going to ask you. It's a dangerous question. If you don't mind. But I just agree with you. But firefighters are really a different breed of people, and that's why I'm trying to come out with the philosophy of voluntarism. Now, Your Honor, these people could be trained regularly, right? And for that, I don't see any firefighting training program in the bill. There is a provision there, but it's not really delineated or expanded to a point where we can actually understand it. You have allocated, for that matter, a measly 7.1 million for training under 2021. And training is everything. You are a soldier. The government invested in you, in PMA, paid you even while you're there, gave you uniforms, and the training never ceases. Sometimes you go to other countries like Fort Bragg or other areas like Australia to train. Training is such an important component. Whether you're a volunteer or a firefighter or a career firefighter, I think that would be important. I think that 7.1 million is a piddling amount na talagang walang madadala yan at talagang hindi seryoso. So kung hindi seryoso, wala rin mangyayari. So what has to be determined, would you agree that the amount of time that career firefighters have to be trained, not only in fighting fires, suppressing fires, or safety, or reacting to mass casualty events, like even nuclear fallout, training would be the most important. I give you an example. The ammonia fire, the ammonia spread that happened the other day, leakage incident happened last February 3 at 4:06 p.m. in Barangay MBBS, Navotas City. The leakage happened at the Marcelo Ice Plant and Cold Storage. And there were 2 dead employees of the ice plant. So if even the employees of the ice plant are trained, especially for those delicate businesses that can provide, that can provoke a dangerous situation, training must be a very important component.
Wala.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you will agree that training would be a more important component, and that we should really provide more for training, not only of the career, but also of the volunteers, and especially for those who work in such dangerous situations. They're even required to put up their own fire trucks sometimes. Like Coastal Petroleum in Subic Bay, they have their own firefighting capability, and they're properly trained. And I can remember not too very long ago, I brought the fire truck of Subic when there's a big fire in Caloocan, and they use foam. In the same manner that when there was a fire in the old plant of Rockwell, there was a man caught in there. He was being fried by the fire in oil, and they were able to get them out. So training is an absolute necessity. Would you agree, sir?
Definitely agree, Mr. President.
So maybe we should really try and study how much we should put into training, and there must be a philosophy, not just the buying of equipment, because it takes a long time to achieve so many hundreds of fire trucks, so many hundreds of. If it's useless if you do not train them, and they become derelicts very, very fast. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree, Mr. President.
I told you had really good taste, Your Honor, and judgment. Now, Mr. President, what would be you have a Fire National Training Institute. It's the only government-owned training institute that caters to training needs of all firefighters in the Philippines. and it's under the supervision and control of the Philippine Public Safety College. You know, one of the things that I really worked on was to keep the core of the U.S. Navy trained firemen of Subic, and they have performed marvelously. They have gone all over the place. One time I was in the Gupan, there was a big fire in a big in a big building owned by an Indian Filipino. And when I was about to speak, it's still burning, and I said, shall I call Subic? And they said, no, we can handle this. And then, you know, there's an open forum, a lot of fun and eating, and I got out, it's still burning. So I said, may I call the fire department in Subic? And they did. And when they arrived after a 3-hour run, in less than half an hour, the fire was put out by the trained personnel of Subic Bay Fire Department. So I really would like to emphasize this as part of my interpellation, Your Honor.
Thank you,
I hope
Mr.
that it
President.
will be incorporated in the law at the proper time.
Yes,
Uh,
Mr. President.
Now, earlier, our colleague Joel Villanueva was talking about emergency rescue, fighting injuries during tragic fires or a mass casualty event. We do that, and I'll just show you a video of a mass casualty event that we did maybe 2 or 3 years ago, which we do from time to time. Do you have it? Where we pretended that this is a big accident, and it was reported to the Red Cross Operation Center, and you could see them grow and grow. And this was done with the Israeli Magen David Adom. And this is what I'd like to see happen also as part of lending our vision towards this, Mr. President. So yeah, when we are ready, I'll show you at the proper time. Now, Mr. President, if you are able to get volunteers, therefore, the pressure on human resource, something that we're very, very fat around the waistline in this country. So much money is being spent on personnel, and we can find ways and means to cut down on personnel and put in more training and even expand that training. Now, in the United States, or for that matter, before I even go there, there is what you call a training program that we adopt in Subic Bay. And I just misplaced the name of the program. I'll get it back in a while. But in the meantime, let me go to another topic. In terms of arson investigations, Mr. Distinguished colleague, we train our fire investigators on arson. Would that be correct, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. President.
But in America, they created what they call a National Institute of Justice Fire and Arson Investigation. Are we aware of that, sir?
Yes, Mr. President, we are aware of that. And in fact, all our fire investigators are members of that association, Mr. President.
No, sir. I'm not talking about the association. I'm talking about the National Institute of Justice, Fire and Arson Investigation. Under U.S. law, fire and arson investigators examine the physical attributes of a fire scene and identify and collect physical evidence from the scene. This evidence is then analyzed to help determine if the cause of the fire was accidental or deliberate. During the scene examination, investigators may find evidence such as accelerants, tampered utilities, and specific burn patterns which may indicate criminal activity. The National Institute of Justice then addresses the problem or the specific needs of the fire and arson investigation community by funding research to develop new and improved tools and techniques to interpret, identify, and analyze evidence at fire scenes. In other words, In our case, you can have the Olongapo Fire Department because I think you're headed in that direction. You will train them as fire investigators, fire and arson, but there must be a clearinghouse that constantly studies the techniques upon which accelerants or fire and arson people who start fires can be traced, can be investigated properly, and can be made to account. Would you be willing to put that here, Your Honor, or at least we can subscribe to them as well? Send some of our people there as well so that they can pass on that information, that training at a very young age so that they stay a long time. And every year we send them so that we can train our people properly on fire investigation techniques and get the latest on fire investigation techniques.
Very much willing, Mr. President, and thank you for that input, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the proper time, I'd like to put that as part of our amendments if the gentleman is willing to accept that. At the same time, in Subic, I made sure that they follow the National Fire Protection Association standards, Mr. President. Our Bureau of Fire also following that?
Yes, Mr. President.
One in the U.S. That's what I think you're referring to. That they send people to train there as well.
Yes, Mr. President.
And that has served us in good stead. And I have a lot of respect for our firemen and firewomen. Now I'm glad that we discovered the treasure trove of nurses that can help, inoculate. And we're doing a lot of measles inoculation. And when we get the vaccines, the Red Cross and I hope the fire departments can help in inoculating many of the people that would need it. Now, Your Honor, for the benefit of our colleagues, the National Fire Protection Association is an international non-profit organization devoted to eliminating death, injury, property, and economic loss due to fire, electrical, and related hazards. NFPA delivers information and knowledge through more than 300 consensus codes and standards, research, training, education, and outreach and advocacy, and by partnering with others who share in furthering the mission. And NRPA has a variety of online courses and certificate programs. And it says further that how one can be a member and subscribe to the NFPA. But as you said already, you have subscribed to that already. Now,
Yes, Mr. President.
Now, Mr. President, having said that, we in the Red Cross, we always anticipate events such as radiation. And since I was mayor, I always adopt, as much as our shadow pockets, our limitation in funding can handle. So one of the first things that the Red Cross is get 17 fire trucks from Japan, all secondhand, and they're still operating. I got that in the year 2004, if I'm not mistaken, and they're still operating. Fire trucks really live long lives. Now, Mr. President, you can see them on TV. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it, sir, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. President.
You can see how small they are. Pumpers. And we invest in hoses and we put them in our water tankers. And we never run out of water because there's a relay of water tankers that will continue to help. And even the BFD uses that also. There's great cooperation between the Red Cross and all the other components of the fire department all over the country. And that is why I'm saying be careful when you procure the equipment, because I understand in the past there were 400 fire trucks bought by earlier administrations. I have a doctor that came from Batanes. He's a magna cum laude from UP Medical School, and he's now working with the Red Cross. Do you know that one of the first things he said is that the fire trucks that were bought by the Philippine government, I think from Germany, do you know where it was bought, sir? They got it from Europe or thereabouts. And the problem is they could not even negotiate the narrow roads. So, and without water tankers and without fire hydrants and with shortage of hoses, they could not fight fires. Now, if you look at the Japanese model, they have very small fire trucks and they rely on hoses, on the water tankers, which we have adopted in the Red Cross. I assume that if we do that, I think we'll be a lot safer. I understand also, and please confirm this, the DILG confirmed that 176 of the 469 China-made fire trucks purchased by the government in 2015 were defective. Roughly 37% have defects ranging from simple problems with the side mirror to serious findings like issues with engine, sudden acceleration. Would that be accurate, sir? I think the fire department is right behind you.
Yes, sir. That's very accurate. The reason behind that is that they were able to procure that Chinese-made fire trucks because of the ABC that was brought down by the previous administration. Apparently, the average price of a fire truck is about 8 to 12 million, but they brought it down to 6 million. So nobody qualified during the bidding except Jiante, the Chinese company, Mr. President, that delivered very poor quality fire trucks, Mr. President.
So it follows the adage, penny wise, pound foolish.
Yes, Mr. President.
I mean, nagtipid tayo pero mas malaki ang gastos dahil hindi effective. Just as a caveat, Mr. President. We have all this, and I'd like to show you a drill, not to brag, but this is just to emphasize the fact that training is important, and this we did with the fire department, with Maganda Vidadong. And there is all kinds of wounds, and the moment that happened, we received the call the operation center.
May truck at jeep po na nagbanggaan dito sa Quezon Grandstand. Di po naman nila.
Pero really,
Tapos meron po kayo nasugatan. Sir, sa may tapat lang po ng Grandstand, sa may parking area po mismo, wala po akong nakikita ng ambulance, sir. Pero di ko po masabi, meron po 6 o 10 sugatan ako nakikita sa area, sir. Tawagan na po namin yung mga chopper namin for response. Tapos yung area para wala na po ibang tao na lapit.
See, you went down to the multi-casualty drill, and ambulances are arriving, and
sir, na-assess namin tong area. Meron ditong truck, jeep na nagbanggaan. Like, meron din ditong kotse na pagitan sa kanila. Meron kaming mga nakikita dito ng mga patients. Approximately 15 to 60 patients. Initial estimate, sir. I will declare MTI. Likewise, Manila India will assume ground commander.
These are all second-hand equipment, Mr. President, except for the ambulances. And they would have the cutter, the jaws of life. We call it the jaws of life, and I'm sure you're familiar with that, being a former PNP chief. And you're able to bring out people. We've used this in trains. We've used this in fires. And you were referring to the fire and resource world. It was the Red Cross fire group, volunteers all, that went inside. They were the only ones at that time that still had self-contained breathing apparatus. So really, more than the manpower is the training and certainly the equipment. And I know, being a former PNP chief and now a sponsor of fighting fires, the Bureau of Fire Protection, I know that that will be something close to your heart. So again, multi-casualty fire drills and multi-casualty events, that is what we really need to have. And then, of course, there have been occasions when firemen have died in the course of their working. So ideally, how much would you allocate for fire training? The whole 9 yards.
For a while, Mr. President.
Because we always talk about standards, 1 is to 14 people or what? 1 is to
one firefighter per 2,000 population, Mr. President.
That's correct. So we have those standards, but in reality, when you start doing the numbers, it's the quality of the training that
That is
matters.
true, Mr. President.
That's all that matters. And you'll want to see your firemen really pinapalakpakan. And when they arrive, I have had occasion to be very proud of the fire departments of Olongapo, of Subic Bay. When they arrive, pumapalakpak yung mga tao. Help is on the way. And I'm sure our fire department has also had that also. So these are just some of the things that I'd like to point out. And the other thing is part of the training includes not only fire investigation, which I already made some suggestions, and I hope you'll accept it at the proper time, but also on the matter of ship fires or industrial fires.
Yes, Mr. President.
Again, training is very important there. How many of our fire trucks have foam right now, Your Honor? Foam.
Foam.
Aqueous film firming foam.
Mr. President, all our Rosenbauer units are equipped with the foam, Mr. President. There's around 152 units, Mr. President.
Well, I don't mean to sound condescending, but I still have to see that. We also brought foam in the resort world, and when there was a fire, when a crash landed, when a airplane crash landed, we brought foam in several helicopter incidents, and they also have what they call a foam eductor, which introduces foam, concentrated foam into the water. And I think for 1,000 liters of water, you need 1,000 gallons of water, you need 60 gallons of foam. Would that be correct, sir?
Yes, Mr. President.
According to the who's giving you all the answers, Mr. President? Is that the fire chief?
Yes, Mr. President. He's my wayfarer at the sidelines.
In other words, he's the capo di tutti capi of all firemen, correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. Having said that, I hope he's giving you the correct answer, because really this is something we must invest in. And I'm glad to know that they're investing in that, and I just hope to see that sometimes we get calls until now, and we bring in the Subic Fire Department, and we're happy. I'm part of the volunteers still in Subic, but let me also ask you about not just the part about foam, but also the part about when the oh my goodness, I hope I didn't forget. Yes. How often do we do sprinkling inspections, Mr. President? Because we have tall buildings. What is how many trucks do we have that have capacity to go, let us say, to all the tall condominiums, to all the tall Makati buildings, and to all the high-rise buildings in Metro Manila, and that doesn't also should include how many fire ladder trucks do we have right now? High-rise fire ladder.
Mr. President, I would like to answer your previous question about how often do we conduct sprinkling inspection.
Water sprinklers inspections.
Yes, it's once a year, Mr. President. Once a year. But for the number of fire trucks equipped with aerial ladders, there are still, we have 41 units, Mr. President.
And that is why I premise my question with the sprinklers, Your Honor, because actually we cannot have enough fire aerial ladders. The sprinklers have to help, and that is why I think they have a life of about 5 years. Would that be correct? And they need to be inspected and they need to be, put up to speed. Would that be correct, sir? Could you ask your...
Mr. President, it's correct. 5 years, but they are doing the inspection every year, Mr. President.
Every year, not 5 years.
Not 5 years, every year, Mr.
It
President.
might be too intrusive, and again, it might lead to unnecessary talk. But the standard is 5 years. And I don't mind, provided there's no other talk that goes on. But however, the sprinkler system should be inspected. We agree on that. And that should really help. You can ask your consigliere, your capo di tutti capi, that the fire ladders would not be so much of a need if the fire sprinklers were working, just as you had in the 911 situation. Firemen were caught in between floors. They tried to get up, and many of them died there because there was just too much for the sprinkler system to fight the very, very high and highly inflammable jet fuel that engulfed the building and made it collapse because it went into the beams that had wood, and it became a furnace that made it collapse. So wouldn't that be ideal? And I think a lot of education should be conducted that fire sprinklers should be inspected in the high-rise areas or high-rise buildings, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President.
And how big are your, how tall and how long is the ladder of our fire trucks?
How tall? Ilang story? The latest acquisition that we have, Mr. President, is that it is it's 54 meters, Mr. President. So if we want to determine the number of stories, 54 meters divided by 3 equals 18. So we are capable of firefighting up to the 18th floor as of the moment, Mr. President.
18th floor. So
Yes, Mr. President.
again, it's actually 177 feet.
Yes, sir.
Converted. You do not divide because you have to convert meters into feet. And to prevent us from counting our toes, Mr. President, we can go to Google and find out exactly. And they will tell you it's 177 feet, Your Honor. So in the United States, most ladder trucks are 75 to 105 feet. And that's why I was asking how long is the ladder. And with more reasons, our engineers, our building engineers should really be very careful about how high and how effective the sprinkler system will be, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President.
So that should be part again of the training and part of your monitoring system, which means that I heard you were going to have an operation center as well, which will mean that you have all the information in there and you could easily track down. So much so, this is the last inspection we had in this area, and we can now inspect it. It's about time, and then you can give them a formal notice that in 2 months we're going to inspect the sprinkler in your condo or in your offices. That means it will be easier and it will be a lot safer for our people. Would you agree with that, sir?
Very much agree, Mr. President.
What about your consigliere? Does he agree, Your Honor?
Yes, yes, Mr. President. They agree.
Because, while they need a bill, they're all very nice to us, but when the bill is finished, they forget all the questions that they answered yes to, Your Honor. Of course, I just want to be sure that they know that we can, fire is a very deadly, menacing thing. And the other thing is shift fires, or for that matter, collapse structure. There's got to be training also. And how many firefighters do we have who know how to handle collapse structure? It doesn't have to be a fire. A building can collapse, as they have when there's an earthquake. The other night, they had an earthquake in Japan, 7.2, if I'm not mistaken. And we've been having quite a few earthquakes here. And you can imagine the worst case scenarios. I still have not seen a proper fire drill, a proper earthquake drill, except seeing kids putting notebooks on top of their heads. I still haven't seen what we do in the Red Cross, for example, is we have volunteers who will have posters that they will carry and say, this is a fire lane, emergency lane area, so they can go. And I don't know if the people have been forewarned where they would go in case the big earthquake, the big one they say, and I don't want to call it that way, if they do happen, at least we could be more organized, Your Honor.
Yes,
What's
Mr.
the
President.
thought of the consigliere on that one?
Yes, Mr. President. According to my whisperer here, the collapse structure skills or rescue on collapse structure is mandatory to everyone, Mr. President. So kasama po yan sa kanilang basic training sa bawat firefighter na alam nila paano mag-rescue doon sa collapse structure. But they have also a dedicated unit specializing on rescue efforts in collapse structures, Mr.
I
President.
think, Your Honor, you should have one in every region for collapse structures. You know, specialists. Like you have a SWAT team, you can have one in every region, and they can all combine when something like that happens. I mean, this should all be part of some of our amendments, if you will, Your Honor. And
Yes.
we just want to make sure that the Bato law is really cast in stone, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, it's been a pleasure. I have a lot more questions, but I'm sure we can all sort this out. I don't want to, I'm not an expert in taxation, so I will not tax the patience of our people, of our colleagues, by having a long interpellation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senate President, and thank you, Majority Floor Leader and kind colleagues. Thank you, The Rock, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. We have a few more of our colleagues who want to interpolate the measure. We have Senator Ralph Recto also wants to interpolate, Mr. President, but he asked if we can do it tomorrow, if it's all right with a good sponsor, that we can tackle this again tomorrow, Mr. President. With that, we
Mr.
move to
President?
suspend. Yes, Mr. President. Please.
If I may, kung pwede daw sa Wednesday na ang continuation dahil magpapa-swab test pa sila bukas dahil yung swab test nila mag-expire na today. Baka bukas hindi sila papasukin ng ating mga usaa kasi hindi pa sila nakapag-swab test. Kung pwede daw Wednesday.
Tulog na lang sila dyan tonight. Joke lang, Mr. President. Wala tayong quarters, ano? Wala tayong quarters.
Majority
Sige,
Leader.
Mr. President.
Yes, why not? We can do the Agriculture Committee tomorrow. It's
Yes.
it's almost 7:30.
Opo, Mr. President. Ganito na lang po. With the promise to Tita Cynthia, our distinguished chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, that she'll be first on the agenda. Uunahin po natin si Ma'am Cynthia Villar, and then after which, kung gusto nyo, Senator Bato, we can i-move natin to Wednesday. Is that all right? Or okay po sa Wednesday?
Yes,
Yung
Mr.
kanilang
President.
interpellation.
Kung pwede sa Wednesday na lang daw dahil magpa-swab test pa sila bukas, Mr. President.
Sige, wag naman siguro
Sir,
lahat.
bukas
Yung
po
yung whisperer lang po ninyo, pwede na yun. Yung nagwi-whisper po. Yung capo de tutti daw, sabi ni Senator Gordon.
So kung okay na,
Oh,
Mr.
sige.
President, Wednesday na.
Opo, Mr. President, Wednesday na lang. With that, Mr. President, I thank our friends from the BFP for their patience, as well as our chairperson, Senator Bato de la Rosa. We move to suspend consideration to allow a couple of more of our colleagues to interpolate on Wednesday. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
And of course, with due permission to Ma'am Cynthia, because of the lateness of the hour, first hour na lang po siya bukas, Ma'am Cynthia. Thank you.
Yes. All right.
So just a few housekeeping lang, Mr. Chair, on change of referrals.
Yes,
Mr.
let's do
President, to
the
allow the committee.
additional reference of business tomorrow. Medyo mahaba.
Opo, bukas na lang po yan. Ito ay change of referral lang po.
Ito lang,
So-
sige. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. To allow our Committee on Finance, which is already in advanced stage of consolidating and expediting the submission on the committee report on measures related to the expeditious purchase and administration of COVID-19 vaccines, with the permission of the concerned committee chairpersons, to which the following measures were referred to, and with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the following measures, Mr. President. SBN, Senate Bill number 1988 from the Committee on Ways and Means to the Committee on Finance, and the Committee on Ways and Means will remain a secondary committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. So transferred.
Senate Bill number 2046 from the Committee on Ways and Means to the Committee on Finance, and Committee on Ways and Means will remain a secondary committee, Mr. President. I so move.
Hearing no objection, so approved.
Senate Bill number 1994 from the Committee on Health to the Committee on Finance, with the Committee on Health will remain a secondary committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, so approved.
Senate Bill number 1999 from the Committee on Health to the Committee on Finance, and the Committee on Health will remain a secondary committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, approved.
PS Resolution number 615 from the Committee of the Whole to the Committee on Finance. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, approved.
And finally, PS Resolution number 617 from the Committee of the Whole to the Committee on Finance, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, approved.
The subject matter of the mentioned bills were incidentally discussed during the hearings that were covered by the committee report that will be filed. I so move, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Yes,
That's what I take note.
approved.
And finally, also, Mr. President, we move to transfer from the Committee of Rules to their proper committees, proper Senate committees following the Senate bills, as their local counterparts in the House have already been approved and sent to us, Mr. President. This is Senate Bill number 1392 and Senate Bill number 178, Senate Bill number 1392 from the Committee on Basic Education as the primary committee and the Committee on Finance as secondary committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Approved.
Senate Bill number 1780, the Samar Provincial Hospital, to the Committee on Health and Demography as the primary committee, with Committee on Finance as secondary committee. I so move, Mr. President.
All right, hearing no objection, approved.
Senate Bill number 1791, the Samar Island Medical Center, to the Committee on Health and Demography as the primary committee, to the Committee on Finance and as secondary committee. I so
Hearing
move.
no objection, approved.
Finally, Mr. President, Senate Bill number 1570. This is the Northern Cordillera Regional Medical Center, to the Committee on Health and Demography as the primary committee, and to the Committee on Finance as the secondary committee.
Hearing no objection, approved.
With that, Mr. President, we have no other measures to take up. I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, February 16, 2021. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, February 16, 2021.
Thank you very much.